Tonight, Sandy Gilmore substitutes for Terry Wood.
Accused killer Theodore Bundy was captured early this morning 2 miles from Aspen, Colorado. He was on the main road driving a car he admitted taking just a short time earlier. Barbara Grossman was in Aspen this morning and has this report.
At 2 this morning, after being loose for 6 days, Bundy was captured by... Bundy came here Wednesday after spending a miserable night in the rain. He told officers he broke into this cabin where he ate and slept Wednesday night. This is also where the rifle was taken. All the time, Bundy was only 5 to 8 miles away from Aspen. Last Saturday morning, police found the cabin with Bundy's fingerprints inside. Then that night, Bundy returned to the home and realized officers had been there. He slept outside under a tree with temperatures reaching below zero. Yesterday, Bundy told police he hid in the area while a search helicopter landed just 100 yards away. Last night, Bundy walked 5 miles into Aspen and stole this car. It was unlocked. The keys were inside. He was on his way out of town, but for some reason made a U-turn. That's when he was apprehended. Today, security was bolstered. Bundy must have shackles on his ankles while in the courtroom. He will be guarded around the clock. Bundy made his escape by jumping out of this 2-story window. Today, his footprints remain, and the courtroom windows still have no locks. Barbara Grossman, Newswatch 2, Aspen, Colorado.
Within hours of Bundy's capture, another escaped convict was apprehended. James Earl Ray, convicted of the 1968 shooting death of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., was spotted by bloodhounds hiding under a pile of leaves in the foothills of Tennessee. Ray had been missing since Friday night when he and 4 other convicts had climbed over the wall of the Mountain State Prison in Tennessee. Authorities say Ray was exhausted from his 52-hour bid for freedom. Meanwhile, searchers continue to look for one lone convict still free.
Well, the Army prepares to auction
for the rest of the summer.
The police in Aspen, Colorado are smiling again tonight. 6 days ago, they left accused killer Theodore Bundy alone in the Pitkin County courtroom. He jumped from a 2-story window to his freedom. Early this morning, he was apprehended again. Barbara Grossman has a report from Aspen.
2 officers, Maureen Higgins and Deputy Floyd Platt, were pulling a routine car stop. He was driving erratically, and they thought he might be driving under the influence. And when they got him pulled over, it was Ted Bundy himself.
This morning, they were willing to talk about Bundy. He was once again behind bars. At 2 a.m., officers Maureen Higgins and Jean Flatt were out on a routine investigation while in the courtroom. Barbara Grossman, Newswatch 2, Aspen, Colorado.
James Earl Ray is back in the Brushy Mountain State Prison tonight. The convicted killer of Dr. Martin Luther King tried to escape, got caught. Here's a report.
About 1 o'clock this morning, they had their first success. They found Earl Hill, Jr., a murderer. Hill was James Earl Ray's cellmate. They were friends, and authorities said finding Hill was a major step toward finding Ray. They were right, but it took another hour of stumbling through the mountain fog and darkness. But about 2 o'clock, they found Ray.
This subject coming in, is that the one we discussed just before you left, 101? That's 10-4, Colonel.
Ray was driven directly to the prison, and wearing his prison clothes, was taken to the dispensary.
There you're at.
He was in good health, although tired and wet and muddy. He had not eaten since he escaped. Prison warden Stony Lane said the dogs chased Ray for 3 hours before he got so tired he could not keep going.
And Tennessee's Governor Ray Blanton
Cobb, what's the general mood here in town with what's been going on in the last week?
Well, basically, people have become more aware of the fact that you're not safe in your own home and that you can't depend on law enforcement to protect you 24 hours a day. At the time a personal crime is committed, it's strictly you and whoever is committing the crime. Your law enforcement can come make a report, they can investigate, hopefully they can arrest somebody. And with any luck at all, perhaps the courts may even punish them. Can't depend on that. You know, it's a shame, really, that it's come to the point in this country that in your own home you have to be afraid. You have to lock your doors, lock your windows. And more and more people are realizing they have to have some kind of protection. And we're having more people buy guns than ever before, I guess.
You're selling a lot more guns here.
We're selling more, in the way for, I'd say, 3 years, we've sold more guns. Mm-hmm.
What about this past week? Have you noticed an increase since the murders at Florida State?
Yes, we've had a definitely, increase. It hadn't been real large. It's noticeable because people, once again, you get conscious of it. You go along for a while with no real bad crimes going on, and people relax, and as soon as something happens, they become aware again. The guys say, well, geez, my wife is home at night by herself, and she needs some kind of protection, or these students live in the dormitories or in apartments that need some kind of protection. And once again, you can't depend on a policeman to be standing by when you need him, because there are just not that many policemen in the world.
What about the businessmen around this community? Are the businessmen pretty tensed up by this situation?
I can't speak for everybody else, but of course I'm conscious of it, and people that come in here, everyone's conscious of it. And you have a high instance in this area of your small stores being robbed, your liquor stores, your mini markets, and so forth. And more of these people are arming themselves, by the way. And I think it's not just here and not just this recent situation. Of course, this brings it, out in the open where everybody's conscious of it. But all over the country, people are becoming more and more conscious of the problems that we're having. I'm getting afraid. I'm afraid I have to go home after work and it's dark, or I stay by myself. I had a little girl in here. I wish you could have been here, 3 months ago, I guess, who came down with her boyfriend to buy a gun. 2 or 3 times in that week, she'd had somebody come in and try to, knock her door down, this kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Of course, by the time any law enforcement gets there, the guy's gone. So she came in and bought a gun. She said, next time I'm going to just empty the gun through the door. Mm-hmm. Well, what would you do? She was scared to death. Mm-hmm. And you have a lot of this. Your nurses get off late, you got waitresses get off late, and they're all getting afraid. I don't know whether they're just going to force her off the road just being bad or what, but people are mean. Mm-hmm. They really are, It's a shame. I don't know what the world's coming to. Mm-hmm. But I personally wouldn't go from here to my house without a gun.
Is that right?
No, really. You can get away with it or what? If someone is holding you up and you've got any chance at all of getting a gun, I think you're smart to go ahead and take that chance of getting it, since you're probably not taking any more. I'm going to make a darn good try. I don't know. We got to have a turnaround in this country. Our courts have got to do it. A policeman can't do a job if the courts won't let him do a job. And it's just like this thing here. Our sheriff, with his all knowledge, has already declared the guy insane, so he's already got it whipped when he gets to court, if they ever catch him. Mm-hmm. And we had a murder here about, must have been 12 years ago. I can't remember the exact year, where a young man killed 2 girls out here in one of the sinkholes. They sent him to Chattahoochee, naturally being insane. Anytime you kill anybody, you're insane unless you're defending yourself. That's being fired accidentally. A lot of people will take an automatic and remove the magazine, which is loaded, and they think the gun is not loaded. But if you shoot the trigger accidentally, it won't hurt anything because it'll be on an empty chamber. Well, I think this is the wrong kind of psychology, because you might pick it up the first time, which is a stupid thing to do, but people will pick them up and snap them. And snap that first one and say, gee, this is not loaded, and they had it pointed in the safe direction. The next time, they may be pointing at you, and that's not smart. So you should, the way I look at it, all guns are loaded, and that way you're safe. Just assume that it's loaded and treat it as a loaded gun, and don't be snapping it, don't be pointing. A gun is as safe as you want it to make, and it's as dangerous as you want to make it. Just like your automobile out there. If you got in an automobile and
shorter.
Yeah, I think it would be better, you know.
Yeah, I have this gun coming in 22 and 38 caliber.
32.
And what'd you say this one was?
That gun will run you around 85.
85. That's about what I was looking for.
If you like, you know, if you can wait over the weekend, I'll have it in by Monday or Tuesday.
Okay. I think I'll just wait.
This is a very popular gun with the women, by the way, with the shorter barrel on it. It does save you some money.
Sure, you might mention on that one, the ones that are coming in have the swing out cylinder, which is
Yeah, this does not have a swing out cylinder, and most women prefer a swing out cylinder so that they can load and unload the gun, you know, very easily.
The cylinder seems to have a little play in it. Is that?
It has to have a certain amount of play.
Does it? I thought that would be tight. Okay, I guess I'll do it.
Excuse me, you say you're buying a gun for your wife?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, you know, everything that's happened, I feel she needs some kind of protection. And if I'm not there, I at least want, you know, her to have something.
What's your name, sir?
Ken Purvis.
Purvis?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks a lot.
He will be entitled to bail and it will be fixed either by me or some other judge or information. But until we find out who he is, there's no way we can bail him out.
All right.
That's all. Thank you.
Ted Bundy. And I'd just like to introduce you to my counsel, Margaret Good, the woman sitting at the council table, and Lynn Thompson. He'll be questioning you about some things that we're interested in. We also have a couple law students who are helping us out on jury selection. Now, Mr. Thompson is going to be asking you questions that are important to us to determine whether or not we want you to sit on the jury.
Judge, perhaps we better approach the bench. If we approach, please. Come on. Excuse me.
If there are any...
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Roberts, having introduced my counsel, I'll now ask Lynn Thompson to come over here, and he's got some questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Dunn.
I don't know that we have a copy of it, Judge.
You don't have a copy of it, Mr. McKeever, and I don't have copying facilities in my jail cell in the Dade County Jail.
Judge, I'm not speaking to Mr. Bundy, and I'd appreciate it if we follow the rules of evidence when we're handling this case.
We are going to not consider a motion that you have provided a copy of. Let him see your motion, and then you may present.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to bring that issue up to the court because that is one of the questions I think we have to determine.
Now, you may speak on the motion as they read it, and I will consider see the written motions, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court knows, I was being held in the Leon County Jail in Tallahassee, Florida, during the time the venue was in Leon County, and was transferred only yesterday to Dade County Jail in preparation for the proceedings this morning. In preparation for my transfer, I was informed by the Leon County Sheriff as to what items of my personal property I could bring and what items I could not bring. And I was informed by the sheriff, and it was in fact the case, that I was only allowed to bring files directly related to the Chi Omega case and COVID. I was not allowed to bring with me any legal files or any legal materials or any legal source books. I might inform the court, for instance, in that category of things I was not allowed to bring was the Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure, the basic text. I was not allowed to bring typewriter. I was not allowed to bring stationery. I was not allowed to bring pencils, pens, envelopes, stamps, or anything with which I could prepare and otherwise participate in this defense. It's only through a last-minute gift from my attorney last evening that I was able to get a hold of a pen to write the motion that we have before the court today. I was not allowed to bring with me my files in the Lake City case, which in the absence of those files would preclude me from conferring with Mr. Africano, who was recently appointed to represent me in that matter. I was not allowed to bring with me legal files concerning collateral acts which the state intends to introduce in this proceeding, such as those acts involving credit card transactions, or those legal files dealing with the theft of a white van, which may or may not be a collateral act in this proceeding. Upon arriving in Miami and being booked in the Dade County Jail, I was taken to the 4th floor and spoken to by Sergeant Kratz of the Dade County Jail. And after Sergeant Kratz informed me of the rules and regulations of the jail, I was placed in a isolation cell, also known as a strip cell, also known as a punishment cell. The cell is approximately 9 feet by 7 feet. It's illuminated by a light source which is well outside the cell and must filter through the steel bars into my cell. It has a shower stall and a bunk and a stool and a table built into the side of the cell wall. For all practical purposes, Your Honor, the cell effectively frustrates my ability to participate in my own in the preparation of my own defense, since the light source is totally inadequate to read by. The only way one can read in that cell is to hold a document outside the bars and read the document with the available light that filters from the light source outside the cell. The table and stool are totally inadequate because they're designed for right-handed people, and I unfortunately have the handicap of being left-handed. There's no way you can write on that stool and table being left-handed. There's a further question as to what I'll be allowed to have in my cell and as to whether or not I'll have exercise. Your Honor, considered individually, perhaps my complaints may seem insignificant, but I would ask the court to consider in their totality their impact on my ability to cooperate with counsel and participate with counsel. I might also say that because the Leon County Sheriff's Department waited until literally the last moment to bring me down here, I have not had an opportunity to fully discuss with counsel the proceedings which will take place today. And I will also state for the record and inform the court that since the change of venue ordered by this court in Tallahassee, and I don't know, I guess that was 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago, I have been able to consult with my counsel a total of approximately 3 hours in Tallahassee, and they came by last night at the top. I feel that with the amount of time that my counsel have had access to me in these past 2 weeks, we have not been able to work together. They have not been able to inform me as to the course of the defense, both prior to the selection of the jury and during the selection of the jury, and for that matter, during the trial itself. And I would inform the court that one of my complaints that I voiced to Your Honor in Tallahassee was that I did not know, and I still do not know, many of the names of the witnesses we're going to be calling, what we're supposed to get out of those witnesses, what part I'll play, if any, in examination of those witnesses, and so on. And I don't think this is because my counsel don't want to tell me. They've been pretty darn busy. They've been so busy chasing their tails almost that they haven't had time to talk to me. And I think that the very nature of that limitation is also a limitation on and my effectiveness as a defendant. What in the world can I add to a defense I don't know anything about? This is what, Your Honor, the Feretta Court, United States Supreme Court, was addressing itself to when they said that a defendant, the right granted by the Sixth Amendment is a right granted personally to a defendant, that the state cannot force upon a defendant a defense which he does not want. And I would say that by implication, the state cannot force upon a defendant a defense he has no knowledge of and no participation in creation. And
I understand the scope of your motion.
Okay. Let me simply say that the relief I request in that motion is the return of legal documents, the improvement of lighting, exercise, and a number of other things I'd like the court to consider and rule on at the earliest possible opportunity. And there's also a motion, if I'm not mistaken, before the court by Ms. Good, a motion to continue based upon, in part, our inability to confer with one another.
Mr. McCabe?
Well, it sounds to me mostly like those in-house things, Judge, that can be worked out with the jail personnel and really Mr. Harvey or whoever wants to bring it to the court's attention. I feel like we've already argued this thing in Tallahassee about how much assistance he's got a right to and what kind of counsel and all that stuff, so I'm not going to belabor the court with the same arguments I've already made. I just think we can work this stuff out in-house.
All right, on this defendant's motion.
Even before the trial of Ted Bundy gets underway, the death penalty is a major issue. Bundy is on trial here in Miami for the brutal murders of 2 Florida State University co-eds. He is a suspect in at least 19 other murders. Under Florida law, if Bundy is found guilty, the jury will also recommend whether he should be sent to the electric chair. Considerable time is being spent asking each potential juror his feelings on the death penalty.
In other words, do you have any moral or religious scruples about the death penalty that would just prevent you from considering the case in chief, the unanimous verdict?
If you have to face the law, you have to.
For some, that weighty decision makes it difficult to even come up with a verdict, and they are excused.
Could you return a verdict of guilty, even though it might lead to the recommendation? No. Being a possibility? Judgment for cause.
In a highly unusual move, the defense has hired an MD hypnotist to tell them which jurors would most likely vote in Bundy's favor. Dr. Emil Spillman bases his predictions on voice inflections and body language. It is a questionable science at best, but the defense attorneys say they want to take every precaution to keep the 32-year-old former law student out of the electric chair. Rebecca Chase, ABC News, Miami.
We'll take a little recess now. How much more time are we talking about, gentlemen? Let's try to do some organization as far as scheduling is concerned. I'd like to finish these matters tonight and be ready to start opening statements in the morning.
Judge, I've got a real problem with that. We don't even know what evidence is coming in.
You will know before the night's over.
Yes, sir. But I would really appreciate the court to give us the indulgence to let us work on the opening statement until Monday morning.
I think we've had that jury languishing there all week, and I don't see any problem with getting opening statements behind us in the morning and then begin your evidence. You and I know that the defense probably wants to reserve their opening statement anyway, and if they want to, bless their heart.
Judge, I can tell you right now we're not going to reserve the opening statement.
All right, then we're going to give it in the morning then.
Judge,
we're going to proceed with opening statements in the morning. I just want to find out how much later we're going to go tonight.
Well, Judge, this motion itself, I don't know how long it's going to take. We've got to argue
We
it.
got 12, 13 more hours, and I just witnessed a man talking from 1 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock the next morning. That can't bother anything. So if they're able to do that, I don't see why we're not able to.
Fine, Judge. That's all right.
You just want to go ahead and finish it tonight, and then we don't have to start it at 9 o'clock or 9:30. We can start here at 10 o'clock in the morning. That's when I've got them scheduled to be here.
Judge, all I can say is that I would really enter an objection to it and request the court that the opening statement is going to be perhaps the most important part of the trial. We've been working on these motions and have...
And I'm going to instruct them that the opening statement is not evidence, and they're not to consider it as evidence, and whatever the attorneys say is not evidence. And that's your most important part of this trial. We've been laboring on it for 6 months.
Judge, it's going to be the next most important part of the trial we're going to get to.
It better be the next most of it. You would just upset me a little bit if you said that was the most. I don't see any reason we can't proceed with open statements in the morning.
Well, I do, Your Honor, because my attorneys are not ready. They are entirely unprepared to start trial tomorrow morning. They have not even begun to put together the opening statement. They have not begun to decide who's going to be doing what in this trial. They are trying to catch up and not getting anywhere.
We started this trial a week ago. That we'll schedule opening statements tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. We'll let the record show your objection. We'll overrule it, and we're going to proceed at that time. We'll finish these motions tonight. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
They'll start it without me, Your Honor.
Everybody be seated.
Mr.
Bundy, sit down, please, sir. Court will now be in recess for 10 minutes.
I don't care who he is.
Let's just wait 1 minute so we can get the inside rolling in there.
Thank you. Mel, I'm glad you thought of that. Nobody else would.
All right, gentlemen, we have 15 minutes. That was the ground roll, so. Q&A.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
What kind of reaction, or we couldn't see Mr. Bundy's face as he stood being sentenced. Could you tell us how he reacted and what your feelings were as it happened?
I think I tried to intimate to, or tell to Mr. Teller that particular concepts of the case and insights to the case, I don't think are really appropriate for me to comment on because we've got motions that are pending before us now and various other factors. It's difficult to read reaction or anything like that, but...
You personally think he's guilty?
Do I personally think he's guilty? I don't think that question is appropriate to ask the judge. I wouldn't have sentenced him if I hadn't, because the jury made the finding.
Is
Excuse me, is that the most difficult decision you as a judge face, the sentencing, the final moments of a trial?
I think without a doubt the most difficult proceeding there is sentencing from a pure judicial standpoint.
Were there any surprises to you in the trial? Anything that surprised you at any point in the trial?
Not per se during the trial, no.
Judge,
Excuse me, Mr.
Judge, you made some mention about the law not being set in concrete or inscribed in concrete, that is the capital punishment law. Would you like to elaborate on that and your feelings perhaps about capital punishment?
Mr. Larson, there probably is nothing as vacillating in the world as legislatures. And that's the reason for the comment. It might be changed, it might be altered. Supreme Court might make different concepts. Judicial personnel change, thoughts change on high benches. Anything is conceivable. But of course, as a trial judge, you take the law as it is at the time you make the decision, or you think it is. And that's the concept. It's not a breath of hope, or it's not an expression of personal feeling. It is simply is a fact of life that conditions change. The law is an organism. We hope it remains an organism. That's the intrigue about it. Sort of like your business. There's something that comes along basically every day, and it is an organism.
Judge,
talking about our business, what would you think of Mr. Bundy's attack on the press? He seemed to blame us for his plight.
Well, I guess you can say it's an old thing. As a old-time lawyer, when you got a client that you're worried about his guilt or innocence, try everything in the courtroom, including the court. I don't have much comment about it. I didn't have any problem with the press. I thought all of you conducted yourselves the way that I expected you would, and anticipated you would, and really knew you would.
You talked just a moment ago about the changing ideas in the legislature. These decisions, of course, are retroactive then if they make them.
Might or might not be, Milt.
Right. No, this is something that buoys these people up while they're fighting. It takes 3 or 4 years before the conviction and signing of a death warrant, doesn't it? Before
sometimes longer than that.
Judge?
Yes,
you
sir.
seem deeply concerned about mitigating, or the lack of mitigating evidence presented by the defense, especially Dr. Tanay's findings. Could you explain that just a little bit?
Well, that's fairly well set out in the judgment, the feelings that we had on it. We kind of commented within the framework of the sentence structure and that fact, and the ones that we alluded to. I really would suggest you sort of look at what we said. There again might be something that I've got to talk about in the future, you know, and it's just that what we set forth in the findings and in the sentence, as the written sentence as prescribed by law, is the way we feel.
Judge, might we expound on a question before? Mr. Bundy complained not so much against the press itself, it seemed, but the magnitude of the satellite transmissions and the incredible, just the sheer amount of stories that went out to so many markets all over the country. And I wonder if you had thoughts in that respect, that the sheer amount, and magnitude of the press coverage really hurt his chances at a fair trial, and that by being there, there's an inference of guilty. Did it hurt his chances for a fair trial?
I don't think that there was, when you're operating under the guidelines that we have, what happens once that it's disseminated and left the courtroom should not and does not, in my opinion, have any impact. If the jury were not sequestered and were reading it all, I could see the possibility of it. But there are safeguards and there are procedural matters that you invoke for the protection of that. I don't see, and I guess I've expressed this previously, a direct combat between the First and the Fifth Amendment. We've said that many times. Our Sixth Amendment, our Fourth Amendment, they're all basically engrossed in it.
Overall, Judge, did he get a fair trial, considering the jury process, considering things you did and felt had to do? Was it in your
I
experience?
think you're probably a better judge than that. I don't know of any decision I would change that I made, if that helps you any.
Judge, you were privy to much more information than the jury could actually hear in this case. And did that additional information that you knew about the circumstances concerning the crimes make the job of sentencing any more difficult, any easier, any more clear?
We didn't use anything that, as we said, under Gardner, that which is a pretty controlling case, that was not known to the defendant. Certainly there are things that the jury wasn't privy to during the guilt or innocent phase that we have to suppress. We felt that the law requires suppress under the exclusionary rule. But those factors, when we exclude them, we only review for the purpose of looking at the whole and total record when you sentence, that's all.
Aside from the sheer magnitude of the coverage, do you regard this to be an unusual trial or in any respect, and if so, how?
I don't think it's per se an unusual trial. It was a protracted trial. Most all trials are unusual in that they're different people, they're different personalities, there are different factors involved in them from a standpoint of evidence, from a standpoint of police work. I think we started at the first concept of this, that our hope and our aim was to try to put this concept into a basic simple trial, and none of them are simple when you got a charge of first-degree murder. Yes, sir, I'll be with you.
All right. Your Honor, you said in your goodbye to Mr. Bundy that you're a bright young man. Would have been good if you could have ever practiced in front of me. How do you rate Bundy as a lawyer in the since he conducted a large segment of his own defense?
The answer to that is he really isn't a lawyer. He's never gone through all of it. In the aspect that he's saying, Mr. Bundy is very articulate, very personable. Basically, on this side, as we saw him under the courtroom structure, human being, and to that degree, we feel that. I feel strongly that way. You've got the comments that I made in the courtroom, and I think I indicated that. I think he indicated that. Yes, sir.
Howard, do you have any idea how much Dade County taxpayers had to pay for this trial?
I can only answer that like I will tell you that all the other costs, there's none that will be taxed that weren't necessary for a pure, fair, and impartial trial. Only additional costs have been by virtue of jury sequestration, and this little gathering here is one of the strong reasons that those costs were necessary. So I don't have any factor on, I don't have any idea on
Would
it.
Leon County help bear the cost?
Judge, do you expect your sentence to be carried out?
Do I expect?
Yes.
I certainly don't hope you think that I sat there and exercised something in futility.
No, but given the context of the political situation these days, do you expect the death penalty to be in effect by the time it happens?
One of the first things that you learn in the legal business that not to prognose the legislative, and I just don't know the answer to that. I don't say that to you in curtness. I say it to you because, as we talked about previously, legislative ideas and concepts change.
How soon do you think it would happen? A sentence of death could be imposed. How long does it take in the legal process?
I don't know. We've got some that have been there 4 or 5 years. Yes, sir.
Judge, it seems fashionable nowadays for condemned men to withhold an appeal grant until their death warrant's actually signed. Is there any way that you can make sure that the appeal of ineffective counsel is brought up before?
That's a direct question on future proceeding. It might be before me. But if you go back and look at 2 or 3 comments we've made through the trial, you're going to find the answer to that.
Mr. Bundy said himself that he thought that you would impose the death penalty even if the jury recommended mercy. Was he correct?
He was correct in what his own thought was, I assume, but there's nothing that's binding as far as I was concerned. I didn't know what the jury was going to do. I didn't know what I was going to do.
Judge, are you concerned at all about the comments made by Mary Russo, since the
jury was released,
Now, that's
her
something
concern about.
I can't comment on because I might have to rule on it.
Have you ever gotten to know a defendant in a criminal proceeding as well, perhaps as you've gotten to know Mr. Bundy?
Yes, sir. Sure have.
Judge, going back to the final comment you gave Mr. Bundy, it seemed like that you were genuinely emotionally touched by the prospect of sending a man with such a promise to death. Is that true? Were you
I think
emotionally
he
touched?
said it probably more eloquently than I said. Behind all that robe, you're still a human being. How can you not be concerned? How can you not be cut? It's not a pleasant thing to do. It's an obligation, just like when you answer a draft call. And the lieutenant says you climb over the hill, you got to do it, but it isn't something that you want to do or like to do. Certainly you're concerned with it. You'd be inhuman if you weren't. And God knows I'm human.
Concerning an appeal, if and when...
Pardon?
Concerning an appeal and the magnitude of the coverage of this trial, if and when there is another trial for Bundy, is there any place in the state of Florida, do you think, that they could get an impartial jury this time?
We can get a jury.
Where?
Tallahassee.
What about the letter from Margaret Bowman's father? Did you read that before you made the sentence?
No, sir, I still haven't read it.
Do you intend to?
I don't know where it's at. Yeah, you bet I'm going to read it, but I'm not going to read it yet.
Do you know which circuit appeals will be heard in this case?
Supreme Court.
Judge, were you speaking literally when you said a few weeks ago that you thought that Bundy's defense team was the best you had ever seen?
From a legal standpoint and from a point-raising standpoint and from a briefing standpoint and from a numbers standpoint, absolutely.
What standpoint have you covered?
What standpoint? I don't know of any. I don't know of any.
Does that suggest, Judge, that you had before you defense teams that were less?
But I've had defense teams. I've had a lot of them less in number, my friend. I assure you that.
Judge, did you ever get the sense or feeling that Bundy was engaged in any kind of role-playing, that he divorced himself from the actual crime or the event, that he really considered himself innocent and that he was playing the role of a lawyer or something like that?
I didn't get such an intuition. I didn't get such a feeling. I might have. I don't know. I didn't look at that from that standpoint. Never thought about it. Really, I had some comment raised about it in, I think, the competency proceeding, but I didn't sense any such thing as that.
What feeling did you get then from his behavior and his attitude, demeanor in the courtroom?
Depends upon what day it was. I got quite a few feelings from it.
Let's tell you, I mean, an overall view of his capacity is...
Well, what do you expect a man to do who's on trial for the charges that he was on trial with? If he didn't vigorously try to defend himself, something would be wrong with him. I don't see anything that that has impressed me concerning that. I really don't.
Two questions for you. We talked, right when you were first appointed on this case, we talked up in Tallahassee, and you said to me, calm down, this is just another trial. Do you still feel that way?
Sure do.
You do?
You sure do.
Just another trial.
Yes, sir.
The other thing is, might you be moving to Tallahassee to take a seat on the Florida Supreme Court?
I am running and moving toward obscurity. No, sir.
Not after this trial, sir.
You bet I am. That's even more reason.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Be careful. Good to see y'all. Come back and see us.
I got you attached. Got a leash on you. I had a leash on you. Tell me that now.
Yes, sir. Watched every day.
How long have you been on the bench, sir?
prior stipulation, polling of waive and presence is noted. You may proceed, Mr. Harvey.
Thank you. Doctor, are you familiar with classification of occlusions or malocclusions in human dentition?
Yes, sir.
Could you give the jury an idea of what those classifications are, malocclusions?
You have three basic types, a class 1, a class 2, and a class 3, and you have subdivisions therein. Basically, a class 1 occlusion is where the permanent molars line up in a certain relationship, like this, okay? A class 2 would be, a classic example would be the Andy Gump profile. Buck tooth, front teeth out, lowers back, so the molars would line up in a back position. A class 3 malocclusion is just the opposite of that, in which the lower teeth jut out over the upper teeth in the Dick Tracy profile.
Is there a classification for crowded lower anterior teeth?
It'd be a division under a class 1, depending upon the molar relationship, how the molar is lined up.
Okay, what would that be called? What are the different ways the molars could line up to change the sub-classification?
Okay, well, I already told you that. How the molars line up. If the molars are lined up in an upright position, as I explained, as class 1, the class 2 would be where the lower molar is out forward, and the class 3 and the class 2 would be where the molar was back. So as far as you're talking about, the crowded lower anteriors would be a class 1, division 1 malocclusion is the way I would describe it.
Now, in analyzing bite mark generally, do you expect that higher teeth in the plane would usually leave a deeper mark?
Well, the answer there, of course, would have to be yes and no, and that's not what you're looking for, I know, but it depends how the bite was inflicted. You can have a tooth high in the plane, but if the person bit entirely with the left side of their mouth and the high tooth was on the right side, it might not even mark at all. So really the answer to that question is it depends on the bite.
Without a model or a suspect to look at with just the bite mark, how do you analyze what made the mark?
Okay. Are you referring again to a high tooth?
If you have a bite mark which shows, for instance, deep bruising or dark bruising on one side, and you don't have a suspect, you don't have a suspect's models, and let's think about the bite mark in this case without a suspect or the suspect's models in ring number 1, the lower ring. Without the models, what would you expect to have made that mark?
Well, I went into that earlier, and the answer to that is that one of two things you would expect. You would expect the teeth on the left side to be higher in the arch, or you'd expect the individual to have bitten harder or bitten at an angle in which they were applying more pressure to the left side of the bite than they did to the right. And in this particular case, we can eliminate the theory of the high tooth because you have two bite rings. You have A and B, and when you go up to ring B, you can tell from ring B that the teeth are not higher in the arch.
Well, when you look at ring B, could the same person with higher left have bitten just harder on the right?
Yeah, I would think possibly that's a possibility.
You stated that, I believe on direct, you stated that whenever you have a hard bite with bottoms, you expect hard bruise marks on the tops. Is that what you said?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay, would you expect to see the marks from the uppers if you found hard marks from the lowers?
Not necessarily.
All right, in relation to the picture of the bite mark that we've been looking at today, you stated that there were how many bites in the bite mark?
2.
2 bites. Can you state which upper marks go with which lower marks?
Not with any reasonable degree of certainty, I can't.
And why is that?
Because the lower jaw is on a pivot. It can swing to the right and it can swing to the left, and it also swings up and down, and it also swings forward and back. It's the only joint in the body that will move in all those different directions. And unless you're there and observe it, or unless there is a unique situation, we can tell this, that the upper teeth and the lower teeth in both bites are consistent with the same individual. But as far as which of the lower rings, A or B, went with the upper bite ring that we talked about, no, I can't tell you.
That's assuming that you're correct in your identification of the top marks being made by the 2 teeth that you identified.
That's correct.
If they were made by other top teeth, they might line up or might not line up. Is that correct?
No, because that's, again, very hypothetical. There isn't any other way that those 3 marks would have gotten there reasonably, except with those 3 distinct points.
If they were made by these teeth that you had a picture of.
Check. I'll let him answer.
Yes.
I'm looking just basically at the bite mark in this case, without a suspect, without the suspect's teeth. What would you expect from the size of the lower arch? What would you expect in terms of, can you make a prediction in terms of the age of the person who made the bite?
First of all, the prediction that I made when I looked at the tissue was that the individual that had inflicted that bite had crooked teeth. That's one.
I'm just asking about the age.
You want to know whether or not you could tell the age of the perpetrator?
I'm not asking year for year, month for month. I'm just asking if you could, from the general size of the lower arch that was depicted by the bruise pattern. Okay.
Yes, you could.
Okay, what would that be?
An adult.
An adult?
An adult.
Have a vote, John. Didn't you previously say at one time that this bite could have been made by a large child?
It's actually a predicate. Sustained.
Now, in the ring 1, the lower ring of the bite mark in this case, you stated that it looked to you like it was harder bite on the left. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you consider the bite to be a hard bite mark, a hard bite?
Yes.
Ring 1, it looks to you like it was bitten harder on the left. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the right cuspid marks in ring number 1, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Yet in ring number 2, it's not evident on the picture. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And yet the bite in ring number 2, you stated, appeared to have been done evenly. Is that correct?
No, I said that it was probably bitten slightly harder to the left, but nowhere near as hard as the first bite. In other words, ring B was bitten also, I feel, with more pressure on the left than on the right side, but nowhere near as hard, and you can tell that by the color of the bruise pattern.
Now, the question is, if the right lower cuspid marked in ring number 1, and it was a much harder bite on the left, wouldn't you logically expect that the right lower cuspid would have marked in ring number 2, since it was bitten more evenly? If it marked in the one where it was bitten harder on the left, wouldn't you logically expect it to mark in the second?
No.
Okay, and why is that?
Okay. The reason is that in ring 2, there wasn't as much pressure exerted. The lower right cuspid is a protective tooth, and it would take a lot of pressure to bring that tooth into contact to make a bruise, to make a mark at all. And in the second ring, ring B, there was pressure to the left more than there was to the right. It really and truly wasn't an even bite. It didn't come up nice and straight and even, in my opinion, but it was tilted slightly to the left, and it's all in a matter of degrees. In other words, if ring B had been bitten as hard as ring A had been bitten, then you would have had the cuspid, then the cuspid would have shown.
Can you state, let me ask you this, if you have 3 teeth that line up and they're the same height, and they're right next to each other, okay? Then don't you often, if you have a scrape mark or a bite mark, don't you often have the 2 teeth on either side of the middle one mark and not the middle one?
Yes, there is a phenomena where you can have that happen, yes.
And yet they're the same height out of the plane, isn't that correct?
Yeah, and this is the reason why I told you earlier that that would be a negative point. In other words, we know we have 3 teeth, and one of them didn't mark, and we certainly wouldn't rule the suspect out on that point.
Now, what is a lateral incisor? What tooth is that, the lower lateral incisor?
It's the tooth adjacent or next to the central incisor.
Okay. And there's 2 teeth in the middle, and those are central incisors, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
The laterals are the 2 right next to it.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, in ring number 2, which is the second ring up, right, the one that wasn't bitten as hard, according to you, now, both the lateral incisors left 2 dots. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's on the bite mark, right?
Right.
Now, since they both left 2 dots, wouldn't you logically expect that the 2 teeth would have been shaped the same?
No, not necessarily.
Without looking at a suspect's teeth, or without having a suspect's teeth in front of you?
No.
All right, what types of teeth make 2 dots?
The 2 dots you're going to get in a number of different types of situations, but basically you're going to get the corners of the teeth for some reason or other in a bite that is made more in a straight line. Would tend to leave, the corners would tend to leave these dots with a faded out area in the center. So the answer to the question is the corners of the teeth are what left the dots.
Is that what you would expect for both of those teeth?
Well, now you said I didn't have a suspect.
Right.
Okay, without a suspect, you know, nobody has a crystal ball with these things. You look at it, and you can't get down to the real fine nitty-gritty of it like you're talking about. Is there a chip in this tooth or not? What you do is you look at the overall pattern, the arrangement of teeth, and you make certain determinations, and the most important thing is to try and locate and identify what tooth made the bruise pattern. Was it a central, was it an upper arch or a lower arch? etc. And I went all through that earlier. But just looking at the bite without a suspect, it would be, in my opinion, for me, I couldn't make any kind of firm judgment on that whatsoever.
So what you need to do to make a judgment on what made the mark, you need to have teeth in front of you to try to explain it. Is that correct?
What you need to do in order to make a bite mark comparison is to have a set of teeth, because you have to compare. That's what the word means. But to make an analysis of a bite and to analyze a bite and tell you certain things about the bite, no, you don't need a suspect. And that one particular point is a point that, in my opinion, I wouldn't make any comment on one way or the other.
In analyzing a bite mark, before you have a suspect, do you ever construct diagnostic models? You know what a diagnostic model is?
Yes, sir.
So what is a diagnostic model?
You looked at them right here. All these stone models are called diagnostic models.
All right. Do you ever construct a model of what you would expect the teeth to look like?
I have never done that, but it has been done. Yes, sir.
Did you do it in this case?
No, I did not.
Yeah, man, moment, please. Could take the numbers, put them on the back. I think we're gonna have to move this. Can we go to sidewalk?
Yes, sir. I'd like to see the demonstrative.
point out to the jury that the pictures of Mr. Bundy's lower lateral incisors. And could you point out the marks on the bite mark, which you say, on the second ring, which you say match up to those two marks? All right. Now, if I've got this oriented right, the left lateral incisor, you're saying left this mark?
No, sir.
Okay, what do you say? Left which mark?
Okay, the left lateral.
And that left a 2 dots, right? The second ring. And then the right lateral.
If y'all talk up a little bit, we'll get it in the record.
Okay. The right lateral incisor, could you point that out? And does that has a kind of point on the highest part of that teeth, doesn't it? Tooth?
No, it's not a point, it's just the tooth is slightly higher on the mesial than it is on the distal, according to that photograph.
Can you point out the mark that you say was left by that tooth? And is that both of those dots there?
Yes, it would go from the high mark on the tooth here, as you pointed out, the mesial. The high mark obviously would make it look that heavier dot than the distal mark, and it lines up just exactly.
Now, are you saying that one tooth, which has 2 points on it, makes 2 dots, and the other tooth, which just has the one major high point, also makes 2 dots?
No, that isn't what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying here, where your bite mark is a lighter, obviously, a lighter bite than the heavy bite on the first ring A. In ring B, your right lateral incisor, as you pointed out, is according to the photograph, slightly higher. It's not a point, but it just angles up. That left the mark at the end of the pointer. It also left a mark towards the distal edge of that tooth. And this is a phenomenon that we see. Flat teeth will leave it. Teeth that are slightly slanted like this will leave it. But in retrospect, having this to compare, you could obviously say, well, of course the mesial portion is going to leave a heavier dot because it's higher. You pointed it out yourself. But what we're going after, I think what you're going after, is the left lateral incisor that has the chip in the center of it, slight chip right here. And on the blow up of the bite, you can see that there's 2 dots and a little space in the center. The same tooth, the left lateral, made the mark here that you can see, and it's far more prominent on the heavy bite where there was more bleeding into the area, that there's a definite gap in the center, whereas on the opposite lateral incisor is more of a straight line.
You stated the teeth higher in the plane will leave a harder mark or a darker mark?
No, what I said, and you gave me, I believe, a hypothetical, assuming that the teeth were impressed into something like a media such as wax, and they were just laid down on the wax. The answer then, of course, would be yes, the tooth higher in the arch would leave a mark, whereas the teeth lower protected wouldn't leave any mark at all. But you're talking about a control, how hard are you pressing, how soft is the wax, how deep are you going into the wax, all these things. And we do this, believe me, when we analyze it, we take the models and we press them at different levels to try and pick these things up.
That's in wax.
That's in wax. Now, you're talking about skin, you're talking about, and this, as I said, is a static picture of a dynamic phenomenon. This is like the automobile lights. I gave you an example where you see the light streaking. Photographically, this is what you picked up. That's what the skin is recorded.
That's recording what you stated was movement.
Yeah, but here you're seeing this and this and this and this, and these marks right here mark right there, the longitudinal marks, the linear abrasion patterns are movement patterns. And that's how it's recorded in skin.
All right. Let me ask you this, without teeth to look at, would you expect these two teeth, whatever teeth made those, would be of the same height, or one would be lower, or what?
Okay.
Without teeth?
Without any teeth at all, this tooth would be a lateral incisor, this mark would be a cuspid, the mark from the dot here through this dot here would be the two lower central incisors. Now, the answer to your question is, on this bite mark, taking the whole thing into context, the answer is no. You would not expect it to be higher. And the reason for that is because you don't get the highness duplicated in ring B that you have in A. Based on the overall picture, what you would assume without any models or anything was whoever did this bit harder on the left side with more pressure.
Well, I'm not asking about the left or the right side, I'm asking about the two teeth, the left central incisor and the left lateral. Both left on ring number 1, rather equal marks. And yet the left lateral incisor is much higher in the plane. Now you stated that before that the one tooth didn't mark because it was protected. And yet the left lower incisor of Mr. Bundy's teeth is protected by the left lateral.
I really don't follow your train of thought at all. You're losing me.
Well, then we're equal, I guess. This tooth right here, okay, I'm not getting left and right mixed up.
No, that's why I put the labels on here so you wouldn't get mixed up.
Well, I didn't see that right there. This tooth here, and this one's much higher. Now this tooth here would be the right, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. In this corner, okay, I'm looking at the right central incisor. This corner is protected by the top of this right lateral side. Is that correct?
Yes, but the tooth is out in the arch.
And in ring 2, you've got a dot here, which you said came from the corner of this left central, right? But it's protected by the lateral. Right. So how in one case you've got it protected, it doesn't mark it. In another case you've got it protected and it leaves just as hard a mark as the higher tooth.
Okay. If you're referring now to the left cuspid.
And I guess what I was referring to was the right central incisor and the right lateral.
Well, now you change it again. Now you're over to this side.
That's what I'm trying to do.
All right, you're not talking about the left, you're talking about the right, okay?
I'm talking about this point here, which is over in front of the lateral, which you stated made this dot here. And it's protected by this tooth here with the highest part, which made that.
How come it marked? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm asking you, how come it marked just as hard as the highest part of the lateral? If it was protected.
It's out. If you look at the pattern here, the central incisors are out of the line. They're out forward. So in effect, they're not as protected as the cuspids, which are tucked back in like this. It marked. There it is. You can see it.
Right. But the only way you can explain it is by looking at those teeth and saying that it marked.
Well,
you can't explain it without looking at.
Okay. What you're saying is that based on that, I can't tell the heights of these teeth by looking at the bite, and you're absolutely right. I have no intention. Looking at a bite pattern like this on somebody, I wouldn't have any intention of trying to make a comment as one tooth is higher than the other. In this case, taking the overall bite into consideration and not hypothetically eliminating 3/4 of it, it's obvious here that the person bit harder on this side. And if I was asked later on now, are these teeth to the left higher than the teeth on the left? No, because on the right, I mean, because of the two bites, and here you've got a cross-check one against the other. If you didn't have this second bite at all, or bite B, and you just had ring A, then we would have to say in all fairness that there is that possibility, yes. But since we have a second bite, then we can eliminate that and there'd be two choices. And we're able to eliminate the high tooth choice because of the second bite.
Okay, you can resume your seat.
Doctor, whenever you were going through and telling Mr. Harvey about your educational background, didn't you leave out one portion of it? Maybe I missed it. Aren't you presently attending law school?
I completed law school.
Have you?
That's correct.
Where did you go to law school?
University of Maryland.
You taking your bar exam yet?
Not yet, no sir.
When are you going to take it?
Next week.
Are you gonna ask him about baloney?
Yes, sir. Just moving too fast for me. When you were doing the overall examination and analysis of all of these models, you continue to refer back, Doctor, to the term configuration.
That's correct.
Would you tell us what you mean by configuration?
Configuration is the shape and the outline and positioning
Of the teeth.
of the teeth. That's correct.
So, whenever you concluded for the jury or told the jury that not all of these models could be excluded as having made this bite mark, you were doing that, if I understood you correctly, on the basis of the configuration of the teeth.
Primarily, that's correct.
Now, the children whose teeth you brought to us from Maryland are in the age group of, I believe you said about 11 years to 14 years. Is that correct?
Close to 12 to 14.
12 to 14 years. Now, you're not suggesting to this court and this jury that whenever those children grew up to be 32 years of age, that their teeth would look like they look right now, are you?
I don't know. They might look very similar. They would probably be more worn.
They
They may or may not be more worn.
They may be more worn. They may have chips.
They may be missing.
In fact, the arch size and the general configuration of the teeth will change to some extent, will it not?
I said generally, as I said, they will get smaller.
During the course of a person's lifetime, from the time that they're 12 to 14 years old up to 32, they acquire these characteristics of their teeth, do they not?
They acquire them from the time they erupt.
And then they acquire them on almost a day-to-day basis, do they not?
That's right. Continuing change.
Do you know whether or not any of those children lived in Tallahassee back in January of 1978?
I would not have the slightest idea, no, sir.
Do you know if any of those children were in a nightclub called Sheridan's on the night of January the 14th of 1978?
I have no idea of the whereabouts. I've never seen any one of the patients and no idea of their history.
I have nothing further.
Are you trying to say, well, was it your testimony that the people whose models, who those models depict their teeth were there, would be suspects in this case? That didn't your testimony.
No, I never said anything like that, no, sir.
And have you seen the configuration that is represented in those models, the configuration of teeth like that before?
Yes, I have many times.
And Mr. Simpson was asking you about the individual characteristics of the teeth, all right? Now, when you looked at the bite mark, do you still have your transparency?
Yes, I do.
Then we can look at this right here. Doctor, step right over here. Now, in terms of these little peaks and valleys that we see are darker areas and lighter areas, when you look at a bite mark like that, what would you expect from the teeth of the person who may have inflicted
Jackson representation. Now, these aren't rigorous. Let him ask.
To look at something, you're speaking of, for instance, this Peaker Valley.
Right.
If this were, well, I would expect there to be great discrepancies between height or a very light tap. In other words, what I'm getting at is if this was a tooth which was relatively flat, that maybe had a normal projection, which was maybe a mamelon or a chip or something like that, which projects about a millimeter or so above the edge of the tooth, which is, most of you know, is only a 25th of an inch. If something with a little projection like that hit hard enough to make a big bruise like that, I would not expect a little projection to make two distinct marks. In other words, it would take a bigger projection to make distinct marks.
Now, maybe you can't see that in ring 1, but ring 2, we've got 2 marks up here with 2 dots. All right? And what would you expect from a tooth like this? If there was a valley or a small valley in the tooth and it hit hard enough to make that mark, would you, it was only 1/25 of an inch or whatever it is that you just said, would you expect for it to leave a hole and bruise?
No, are you comparing this lateral incisor on ring 1? Well, whatever it is, I would expect pretty much the same thing. In other words, if I get dark bruises toward the edge and no bruising at all toward the center, I would expect the same configuration to hit it. If it was big enough to make a bruise on the edge and nothing in the center, it would be a fairly large projection. So I would anticipate that on this one would be 2 fairly large projections with a flat spot in the center, and on the other one would be higher projections on each side because they're bigger bruises with a lower flatter spot in the center.
Now, can you envision a situation where you would explain that differently than what you just said?
The only other way is that the teeth were high enough that you got a flaring out of the bruise on it. As it hit, it drove the blood out toward the sides.
Could a forensic odontologist looking at a given set of models with a different configuration than you just said you would expect, could they explain those marks differently?
Well, that's the point. Looking at models, there's not a way to do it. In other words, you can't really get a correct conclusion by taking a set of models and attempting to explain what is in the bite mark. That's doing it backwards. In other words, the bite mark is something which is, let's say, is the known. And the perpetrator of the bite mark is the unknown. And you are attempting to explain what is in the known by an arbitrary unknown. In other words, you're taking a set of models which you really do or do not know made the bite mark and attempting to explain what is in the mark from those models. And it should be the other way around. You should see if what's in the mark is on the model, not what is in the model is on the mark.
All right, and could there be different individual characteristics on a set of unique teeth which could make those same types of marks?
There's all kinds of things that could make them. The force of the blow, I say of the bite, the direction of the bite, all of these dynamic things, because I said we're dealing with very elastic substance, which is skin. And if it hits hard enough to make a bruise, it has to rupture blood vessels. Now, the blood vessels, which are very minute capillaries, if they're a small bruise, the blood flows. Now, depending on how hard the blow and how long it stays, the blood could flow away from the force of the pressure and flow around the tooth. So there's all kinds of things. I mean, it's hard.
How would you relate that to a tooth? Making those two dots, are you trying to say that a pointed tooth could have made the two dots?
It's not as likely, because if it were a pointed tooth, I mean, in other words, high in the center, I would expect that to penetrate first. So usually the area which is pointed will penetrate, just like a cuspid is a pointed tooth, and we usually get a single mark from a cuspid, because that's the longest and that hits the first.
Now, in terms of that particular bite mark, the configuration and the individual characteristics, including the lines and the dots and the marks that are revealed in that picture, could you or can you exclude any of the models, not just Mr. Bundy's, but any of the models that you've shown to the jury today?
Again, one I could very possibly exclude, yes.
Okay, how about the other four?
I don't feel I can totally exclude them, no, sir.
And then, in other words, the other four are consistent with the bite mark. Okay, are the other four consistent with the individual characteristics or the individual lines in the bite mark?
I'll let him answer that.
Some of them are, some of them are not.
Is there, how many models would be? Can you identify the models that would be?
I can take the ones that are most probable, yes. Model number 3 is the most probable. And then beyond that, models number 1 and 4 are also similar, slightly less.
All right, you can resume your seat. Now, Mr. Simpson asked you about the models and whether they were or were not in substantially the same condition as you saw them in the orthodontic clinic. Could you please explain to the jury why they're not?
Objection. I'll let him answer that.
The models that were supplied to me of Mr. Bundy had no 12-year molars or no what they call second molars and nothing beyond that. So what I did is the other models were poured up and trimmed down to be the same size model that was supplied to me of Mr. Bundy to make them look more the same.
All right, now, but did you change any of the teeth that would be involved in the picture of the bite mark?
No, the only thing that was changed was a portion of the second molar.
And is the second molar reflected of it in the bite mark at all?
No, sir, I see no second molar at all.
You didn't trim down any of those teeth to make them look like Mr. Bundy's.
No, they haven't been touched.
I have nothing further.
I mean, it didn't have anything to do, Doctor, with the fact that Dr. Levine testified that they were 12-year-olds that you brought to Tallahassee?
No, nothing at all, because I knew those were young children then, too.
You didn't testify to that?
You asked me the age, and I didn't know specifically the age.
The models that you brought to Tallahassee, they had 12-year molars, did they not?
I don't recall, really. I haven't seen them since they've been back, really. They may or may not.
Okay. We'll get into that later. That's all I have.
May this witness be excused? Make you free to go, Doctor. Who is your next witness, Mr. Harvey? Anything but a recess. That's great. Pardon me? Okay, now let somebody. All right. Call your next witness.
Step right up in the witness box, please, and raise your right hand. I do. Please be seated.
What is your name, please?
Wayne Hicks.
What is your occupation?
I'm an investigator.
For whom?
State Attorney's Office,
Where?
Tallahassee, Florida.
Mr. Hicks, did you have an occasion on about January 28th, 1978 to take a tape statement from Nancy Dowdy?
Yes, I did.
And was she under oath at that time?
Yes.
And where was that statement taken?
State Attorney's Office in Tallahassee.
Okay, and have you seen the transcript of that tape statement?
Yes.
All right, do you have a copy of that with you?
Yes.
In order to expedite matters so as to not play the tape, I'd like to ask you some questions concerning Ms. Dowdy's responses on the tape. And just have you testify to them.
Yeah, we have no objection to that, Your Honor. Go ahead and get the statements in.
Approximately page 7 of the transcript. Did there come a time in the course of her statement when Ms. Dowdy mentioned something concerning Ronnie Ng?
Yes.
Could you please relate to the court and to the jury the substance of the statement that Ms. Dowdy made concerning Ronnie Ng on page 7?
My copy here is not numbered with page numbers, if you could.
All right.
It's showing the portion that you wanted to read. And read it in there.
First of all, let me say, in the course of her statement to you, did she relate to you that Nita Neary had made a statement to her concerning Ronnie Ng?
Yes.
And did she state that this statement was made shortly after Nita Neary woke her up on the morning of January 15th?
Yes, that's correct.
Good evening. Dick Allgire's off tonight. I'm Gary Walker. Convicted kidnapper Theodore Bundy has escaped from jail in Colorado. This time Bundy fled the Garfield County Jail in Glenwood Springs. Bundy was being held on charges of murdering a nurse in Colorado. He'd been convicted of kidnapping a Salt Lake girl in a Utah court. Bundy eluded authorities in June when he escaped from the Pitkin County Courthouse in Aspen by jumping out of a window. He was found nearly 6 days later in shock from spending nights in the mountains. Authorities have alerted persons who testified against Bundy for their safety. Sandy Gilmore went to Glenwood Springs today to find out how Bundy escaped this time.
Bundy was being held here in the Garfield County Jail because it is modern and said to be much more secure than facilities in Aspen, about an hour away. Bundy's escape bordered on a hoovered himself up through a 12-inch by 12-inch hole in the ceiling. The sheriff says Bundy then crawled along the attic through a maze of wires and pipes and dropped down into the empty jailer's office, grabbed 2 guns, and walked out the door. The guns were later found, but Bundy was not.
Seems like a pretty remarkable escape. Did you think it was possible to get out this way?
Well, it's never been done before down here. We've had them break light fixtures out before and crawl up, but never could get back out. They get tangled up above. And we've eliminated what we felt at that time, any possible escape route from the roof. However, we were wrong. Totally right now, to the best of my figures, we've got about 50 personnel in the immediate area looking. We've got the Colorado State Patrol, the FBI, all the local law enforcement agencies, the Glenwood PD, the Carbondale PD, Aspen, Pitkin County Sheriff's Department's down. Sheriff Dick Keenis is down to help us as well. We have a team of dogs down.
I asked the sheriff if Bundy's 2 escapes were due to his cleverness or poor police security.
That's a $64,000 question. Mr. Bundy has got more items in his cell area, granted by court, than any other prisoner that we've ever had here. So he can contrive any type of a weapon or a tool with what he has. File cabinets, typewriter parts, typewriter, as you can see from the cell.
Bundy was last seen at 10 p.m. last night. He put pillows under blankets and fooled deputies into thinking he was still in his cell sleeping as late as noon today, when finally the cook thought something was wrong because Bundy hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch. A police dog followed Bundy's scent downtown but lost it in traffic. Police don't know if Bundy stole a car or if he is armed. They figure Bundy went west because to the south the road dead ends at Aspen, and to the east he would have had to cross the Continental Divide.
And so another chapter in the rather amazing story of Mr. Bundy. But law enforcement officials here in Garfield County tonight were confident that Bundy would be found again sooner or later. This is Sandy Gilmore, Newswatch 2 in Glenwood Springs, Colorado.
1977 is drawing to a close, and to say the least, it's been an interesting year with highs and lows.
New Delhi.
Well, they're still looking for murder suspect Theodore Bundy, who celebrated New Year's Eve by escaping from a Colorado jail. Under Sheriff Robert Hart says a hole had been cut in the ceiling of his cell for a light fixture. Bundy apparently pushed the light fixture out. Roadblocks have been set up around the town of Glenwood Springs, and an all-points bulletin has been issued. This is the second time Bundy has escaped from the area. Last summer, he jumped out of a courthouse window, and he was gone 6 days before he was recaptured. Bundy was convicted of kidnapping in Salt Lake City, then extradited to Colorado to stand trial there for first-degree murder. He is charged with killing a nurse who was visiting the Aspen ski resort. Bundy's trial is scheduled for January 9th, if they find him. A string of murders near Pittsburgh has police baffled and many residents terrified. The police have few leads and no suspects. Here's a report.
It has come down to this: an emergency request to the U.S. Supreme Court for a stay of execution in the case of Theodore Bundy has been rejected this evening. The vote was 5-4. Bundy is scheduled to die in Florida's electric chair tomorrow morning at 7. There may still be some last-ditch legal maneuvers that could cause yet another delay in the execution, including an appeal for clemency to the governor of Florida. But just by way of background, since 1925 in Florida, there have been 202 appeals for clemency, and only 6 have been granted. And Governor Bob Martinez, who will have to make that clemency decision on Ted Bundy, has already indicated that he wants the execution to take place. Indeed, Bundy's murders, those for which he is being executed, there are 3, and at least 20 others to which he has confessed, have made his execution a rather popular event. Here's more on the Bundy story from Nightline correspondent Judd Rose.
These are just a few of Ted Bundy's victims, the dead and the living.
I say this for each member of my family, and I'm certain for the other families too. Nothing is ever the same again.
I find myself even now when I'm in a crowd looking for
everything he did to the girls, the bludgeoning, the strangulation, humiliating their bodies, torturing them. I feel that the electric chair is too good for him.
It's been a long time, 15 years since the first murder, 10 years since he went to death row. But now it's just hours. Unless there's a last-minute stay, at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, they'll throw the switch on the electric chair at Florida State Prison, and finally, the tragic, twisted saga of Ted Bundy will be over.
He is an affront to civilized society. He decided that he was not going to play by anybody's rules, that he wanted to kill, and he was going to kill, and he was going to continue killing.
He's convicted of 3 murders, but authorities think he actually killed 36 and perhaps many more. There have been other notorious serial killers. David Berkowitz, New York's son of Sam, who killed 6 women. Henry Lee Lucas, who claimed to have killed hundreds in the Southwest. John Wayne Gacy, convicted of murdering 33 young men near Chicago. And Juan Corona, convicted in the deaths of 25 farm workers in Northern California. Misfits, loners, drifters. but not Ted Bundy.
Here is a man who seemingly had everything. He's intelligent, he's charismatic, he's handsome. He was on his way in the Republican Party. I thought he would be governor of Washington now rather than going to the chair.
Bundy had gone to college and law school, worked in politics. Men admired him, women liked him, but behind the mask was a depraved killer. Starting in early 1974, he began stalking pretty young women. And once he got them alone, he would bludgeon them, rape them, strangle them, then leave their bodies in the wild for the animals to finish them off. Many were never found.
Ted enjoyed the thrill. There was an inward thrill in selecting a victim. And it was usually at night. It was usually after he'd had a couple of beers to steady his nerves. And he would go out and he would literally hunt.
The murders spread from Washington to Oregon, Utah, and Colorado. And when Bundy was finally caught, everyone was stunned.
We still don't believe it. It just can't be. I keep shaking my head day after day, saying, how can this be? Because our son is the best son in the world. He's a very normal, active boy.
And Bundy himself showed his peculiar arrogance, saying the legal system would prove his innocence.
Well, I'm sure it works, and you've got to have faith it'll work, or else you'd be reduced to some kind of, mumbling idiot.
But Bundy wasn't done yet. He escaped from jail, was recaptured, and escaped again. Changing his appearance like a chameleon, Bundy continued to kill until his bloody journey brought him to Florida, where in January of 1978, he went wild in this sorority house, viciously assaulting 4 women. 2 died. A month later, he raped and strangled a 12-year-old girl.
Since I have been in Dade County, I've been allowed to...
Don't shake your finger at me, young man. Don't shake your finger at me, young man.
Bundy's trial, complete with live TV cameras and the defendant acting as his own lawyer, was a national sensation. Finally convicted and sentenced to die, Bundy still refused to accept the blame for his crimes.
Because it is not a sentence of me, it is a sentence of someone else who's not standing here today.
Ted's a sociopath, an antisocial personality. They have no consciences as we know it. They truly feel no empathy for other people. They don't understand other people's pain. The rest of us are there to make them feel better.
Bundy's been consistent to the end. It was only this weekend that he began admitting his crimes, thinking it would buy him some time. Today, Connie Wilcox learned that Bundy had confessed killing her daughter Nancy 14 years ago.
Ted Bundy needs to die. He needed to die 10 years ago or longer, and he should not have been allowed to live this long.
In the places he ravaged, few disagree, like on the campus of Florida State.
Personally, I think he should be fried right away. What he did was grotesque.
And the impending execution has been the source of all sorts of gallows humor.
I'm making a statement that I think it's time for Bundy to go.
And apparently it is. Ted Bundy's execution is regarded by most with the same lack of remorse he always showed his human prey.
Could even talk to me.
For the record, you are guilty of killing many women and girls. Yes. Yes, that's true. Ted, how did it happen? Take me back. What are the antecedents of the behavior that we've seen? So much grief, so much sorrow, so much pain for so many people. Where did it start? How did this moment come about? I grew up in a wonderful home with 2 dedicated and loving parents, one of 5 brothers and sisters. But as a young boy, and I mean a boy of 12 or 13, certainly, that I encountered outside the home again, in the local grocery store, the local drugstore, the softcore pornography, what people call softcore. But as I think I explained to you last night, Dr. Dobson, in an anecdote, that as young boys do, we explored the back roads and sideways and byways of our neighborhood, and oftentimes people would dump the garbage and whatever they were cleaning out of their house, and from time to time we'd come across pornographic books of a harder nature than more graphic, you might say, more explicit nature than we would encounter, let's say, in your local grocery store. My experience with I'd say pornography generally, but with pornography that deals on a violent level with the sexuality, is that once you become addicted to it, and I look at this as a kind of addiction, like other kinds of addiction, I would keep looking for more potent, more explicit, more graphic kinds of material. Like an addiction, you keep craving something which is harder, something which gives you a greater sense of excitement, until you reach the point where the pornography only goes so far. You reach that jumping off point where you begin to wonder if maybe actually doing it will give you that which is beyond just reading about it or looking at it. Ted, after you committed your first murder, what was the emotional effect on you? What happened in the days after that? It was like coming out of some kind of horrible trance or dream. I can only liken it to after, I don't want to over-dramatize it, but to have been possessed by something so awful and so alien, and then the next morning wake up from it, remember what happened, and realize that basically, in the eyes of the law, certainly in the eyes of God, you're responsible. To wake up in the morning and realize what I had done, and with a clear mind and all my essential moral and ethical feelings intact at that moment, absolutely horrified that I was capable of doing something like that. You really hadn't known that before? Basically, I was a normal person. I wasn't some guy hanging out at bars or a bum, or I wasn't a pervert in the sense that, people look at somebody and say, I know there's something wrong with him, and just tell. I was essentially a normal person. I had good friends. I led a normal life, except for this one small but very potent and very destructive segment of it that I kept very secret and very close to myself and didn't let anybody know about it. And part of the shock and horror for my dear friends and family years ago when I was first arrested was that there was no clue. They looked at me and they looked at the all-American boy, and I wasn't perfect, but I want to be quite candid with you. I was okay. I was. The basic humanity and basic spirit that God gave me was intact, but unfortunately it became overwhelmed at times. And I think people need to recognize that it's not some kind of those of us who have been so much influenced by violence in the media, in particular pornographic violence, are not some kinds of inherent monsters. We are your sons and we are your husbands. And we grew up in regular families. And pornography can reach out and snatch a kid out of any house today. He snatched me out of my home. It snatched me out of my home 20, 30 years ago. And as diligent as my parents were, and they were diligent in protecting their children, and as good a Christian home as we had, and we had a wonderful Christian home, there is no protection against the kinds of influences that are loose in a society that tolerates. You feel this really deeply, don't you? Ted, outside these walls right now, there are several hundred reporters that wanted to talk to you. Yeah. And you asked me to come here from California because you had something you wanted to say. This hour that we have together is not just an interview with a man who's scheduled to die tomorrow morning. I am here and you're here because of this message that you're talking about right here. You really feel that hardcore pornography and the doorway to it, softcore pornography, is doing untold damage to other people and causing other women to be abused and killed the way you did ours?
Listen, I'm no social scientist, and I haven't done a survey. I mean, I don't pretend that I know what John Q. Citizen thinks about this. But I've lived in prison for a long time now. And I've met a lot of men who were motivated to commit violence just like me. And without exception, every one of them was deeply involved in pornography, without question, without exception, deeply influenced and consumed by an addiction to pornography. There's no question about it. The FBI's own study on serial homicide shows that the most common interest among serial killers is pornography.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's real. It's true.
Ted, what would your life have been like without that influence? You can only speculate.
Yeah. Well, I know it would have been far better, not just for me, and it's, excuse me for being so self-centered here. It would have been a lot better for me and lots of other people. I know that. Lots of other innocent people, victims and families. It would have been a lot better. There's no question, but it would have been a fuller life. Certainly a life that would not have involved, I'm absolutely certain, would not have involved this kind of violence that I have committed.
I'm sure, Ted, if I were able to ask you the questions that are being asked out there, one of the most important as you come down to perhaps your final hours, are you thinking about all those victims out there and their families who are so wounded, years later their lives have not returned to normal. They will never return to normal.
Absolutely.
Are you carrying that load, that weight? Is the remorse there?
Yes, absolutely. In the past few days, myself and a number of investigators have been talking about unsolved cases, murders that I was involved in. And it's hard to talk about all these years later because it revives in me all those terrible feelings and those thoughts that I have steadfastly and diligently dealt with, I think successfully, with the love of God. And yet it's reopened that, and I felt the pain and I felt the horror again of all that. And I can only hope that those who I have harmed, those who I've caused so much grief, even if they don't believe my expression of sorrow and remorse, will believe what I'm saying now, that there is loose in their towns and their communities people like me today whose dangerous impulses are being fueled day in and day out by violence in the media in its various forms, particularly sexualized violence. And what scares me, and let's come into the present now, because what I'm talking about happened 20, 30 years ago, that is, in my formative stages. And what scares and appalls me, Dr. Dobson, is when I see what's on cable TV, some of the movies, some of the violence in the movies that come into homes today was stuff that they wouldn't show in X-rated adult theaters 30 years ago. This stuff...
The slasher movies that you're talking about.
That stuff is, I'm telling you, from personal experience, the most, that is graphic violence on screen, particularly as it gets into the home to children who may be unattended or unaware that they may be a Ted Bundy who has that vulnerability to that predisposition to be influenced by that kind of behavior, by that kind of movie, that kind of violence. There are kids sitting out there switching the TV dial around and come upon these movies late at night, or I don't know when they're on, but they're on and any kid can watch them. It's scary when I think what would have happened to me if I had seen. I mean, scary enough. I mean, that I just ran into stuff outside the home, but to know that children are watching that kind of thing today or can pick up their phone and dial away for it or send away for it. But I'll tell you, there are lots of other kids playing in streets around this country today who are going to be dead tomorrow and the next day and the next day and next month because other young people are reading the kinds of things and seeing the kinds of things that are available in the media today.
Ted, as you would imagine, there's tremendous cynicism about you on the outside, and I suppose for good reason. I'm not sure that there's anything that you could say that people would believe. Some people would believe.
Yeah.
And yet, you told me last night, and I've heard this through our mutual friend John Tanner, that you have accepted the forgiveness of Jesus Christ and are a follower and a believer in Him. Do you draw strength from that as you approach these final hours?
I do. I can't say that
it's going to be
being
easy.
in the valley of the shadow of death is something that I've become all that accustomed to, and that I'm strong and nothing's bothering me. Listen, it's no fun. It gets kind of lonely, and yet I have to remind myself that every one of us will go through this someday, in one way or another, and countless millions who have walked this earth before us have. So this is just an experience which we all share.
Yeah.
Here I am.
He said that he was raised in a very happy home. He was not abused as a child. He was not abused sexually. He was not abused physically or emotionally. And that he saw himself as coming out of a relatively happy, whole home where there was a lot of love and where what happened to him cannot be attributed to major mistakes on the part of his family. He feels that he ran into trouble when he was 12 or 13 years of age, and he began to find pornography in the drugstores. He found some of it along the road that had been discarded. He began to be addicted to it. It became an obsession with him, and as he went through the adolescent years, he continued down that progressive road of wanting ever more violent and hardcore material. I think it's genuine. I realize that this man is perhaps the most... There was a great deal of remorse. He wept several times while talking to me. He expressed great regret and remorse for what he had done for the families that were hurting. A time or two where I asked him explicit questions, he was so choked up that he was not able to answer me. Did I believe Ted Bundy in his expression of remorse? Yes, I did believe it. I think it's genuine. I realize that this man is
we know he's in hell.
He was one of the most notorious serial killers in the nation. And did you know even Utah felt the effects of Ted Bundy?
Yeah, Bundy was executed in Florida in 1989 for 3 murders that happened in that state. But 2 days before he was executed, he confessed to killing 3 young women right here in Utah. He was also suspected of killing 2 others and kidnapping another teenager in Murray. Tonight, Good for Utah's Marcos Ortiz begins a special assignment with the first of 3 parts on Bundy's legacy of pain in Utah.
It was a good life, and then it totally destroyed.
He ruined our lives, and he's still part of your life, unfortunately.
The lives of Connie Wilcox and Belva Kent will be forever linked by the horrific memory of their daughter's brutal murders at the hands of Ted Bundy. Bundy was one of America's most notorious serial killers, a kidnapper, rapist, and necrophile. Before his 1989 execution, Bundy confessed to murdering 30 young women in 7 states during the 1970s.
He was not mentally ill in the sense of somebody who was psychotic, didn't know what he was doing.
He knew very much what he was doing.
And it was that very normal but charismatic image of a preppy college student that allowed Bundy to get close to young women who would become his victims. He first arrived in Salt Lake City in August 1974 to study law at the University of Utah. But in the fall, young women started disappearing. Nancy Wilcox was the first, a 16-year-old who walked out of her home in Holiday, never to return.
The minute she went out the door, I had the strangest feeling.
2 weeks later, Melissa Smith, the Midvale police chief's daughter, vanished. Her nude body was later found in the mountains. She had been strangled and raped. 3 weeks later, 17-year-old Laura Amy disappeared near Lehigh. Her body was also found in the mountains, beaten, raped, and strangled. 23-year-old Nancy Baird of Layton disappeared from a gas station where she worked. Her body has never been found. On November 8th, 18-year-old Carol Durant was taken by a stranger at Fashion Place Mall in Murray. She managed to escape. Later that night, Debbie Kent disappeared after leaving a play at Viewmont High School.
Called everybody we could call to see if they had seen her, or she just left with somebody else to go pick up our kids or whatever. And no one had seen her.
At first, Bountiful police considered her a runaway. The Kents kept searching. They've kept the front porch light on for Debbie for 40 years now.
It burns out occasionally when we put a new bulb in, but it's just kind of, I don't know, it's just kind of like she's not home yet, so why turn it out?
For Connie Wilcox, her daughter's disappearance consumed her day and night.
I thought, you know, what's going on? I mean, I didn't know what to think. I was just sick. You know, I was just sick. I didn't know what to think. It was like we were just clinging on, just waiting to find out something. And then day after day after day after day, and nothing.
At the time, Wilcox and Kent had no idea who they were dealing with. Bundy left a trail of victims behind in Washington State in 1974. Police across parts of the Northwest were investigating the disappearances of 9 women. The only clue was a young man named Ted who might be driving a Volkswagen.
And when we come back, you'll learn of an empty gravesite and a small reminder of Debbie Kent. Good for Utah's Marcus Ortiz continues with Bundy's legacy of pain right after the break.
The year is 1978. President Jimmy Carter rides high as he shares a Nobel Peace Prize. But conflict continues in the Middle East as Israeli troops move into the Lebanon. The United States makes another leap forward in space technology as the shuttle is rolled out. And on the 15th of February, a man is arrested in Florida who eventually confesses to 23 murders. Nearly all the victims were young and pretty, with a strong resemblance to each other, and to a girl who once turned him down. The police were fairly sure he had killed at least 15 others as well. On the 15th of January 1978, a student had been found in Tallahassee, raped, beaten, and strangled in the Chi Omega sorority house. Her name was Margaret Bowman. In a nearby room, also dying, was Lisa Levy. Her body had been savagely bitten. Also attacked, but alive, in the same sorority house were these girls, Karen Chandler and Kathy Kleiner. 90 minutes later, Cheryl Thomas was brutalized in her bed by the same man. 3 weeks later, in Lake City, a 12-year-old schoolgirl disappeared. Kimberly Leach's body was found in a river 2 months later. The following week, a patrolman stopped a stolen car. What they couldn't know was that he was a classic psychopath, internally raging and able to kill without remorse. Unusually for a serial killer, he was also very attractive to women, which was why so many girls fatally allowed themselves to be picked up by him.
Ted Bundy was a charmer. He'd charm the shoes off of him.
He was thoughtful, charismatic.
He was an enjoyable
likable, attractive person.
Born illegitimate in Philadelphia in 1946, Bundy was an intelligent but lonely child. At Stanford University, he got engaged to a girl who had dark hair parted in the center, but she broke it off, saying he was emotionally immature. Psychiatrists have speculated that this was the trigger which set him off. Nearly all the 40 girls who were later to disappear when they came into contact with Ted Bundy had center-parted dark hair as well. In California, he volunteered to help the local Republicans, but was soon in trouble for dirty tricks. When found out, he was boyishly unrepentant and typically charming.
It's hard for me to believe that what I did is newsworthy, and my part in the campaign was so insignificant, I'm embarrassed that I should be getting this publicity from it. Really embarrassed.
At the end of the 1960s, he moved to Seattle, got a psychology degree, and entered law school. In 1974, girls started to disappear. On the 31st of January, Linda Ann Healy, a 21-year-old student at the University of Washington, went missing. Then Donna Mason, a 19-year-old student at Evergreen State College, never returned from a jazz concert. Susan Rancourt, another student aged 18, went to a movie and disappeared. Roberta Parks, aged 22, vanished on a late-night walk. An unknown man left this bar, the Flame Tavern, near Seattle Airport, with Brenda Ball. She was never seen alive again. Her ravaged body was found months later on nearby Taylor Mountain. With it were several other decomposing corpses, including that of the first Seattle victim, Linda Ann Healy. Then George Ann Hawkins, aged 18, walked back alone to her Washington University sorority house, but never reached it. The beach at Lake Sammamish was crowded on the 14th of July, 1974. A man called Ted, with his arm in a sling, asked several women to help load a boat onto his car. At least 2 refused, but Janice Ott, aged 23, agreed to go with him and disappeared. Soon after, Denise Naslund also went missing from the beach. Their decomposed bodies were found together near the lake on the 7th of September, along with those of another unidentified female. Other remains were found in the area too. Now the police had something to go on, since several girls could remember the man. They issued a photo-fit picture, which turned out to be remarkably accurate. More women came forward when they saw it, to tell of having been approached by a man with his arm in a sling. There were eventually 3,500 suspects on the state computer. Number 7 was Ted Bundy, but by the time the police reached his name, he had moved on. By the time the alarm was raised, he had driven to Denver in a stolen car and hopped a plane to Chicago. From there he flew to Florida, where his urge to kill overwhelmed him. Shortly after the Tallahassee and Lake City killings came his capture in the stolen car. Despite the telltale tooth marks, the state authorities were afraid they didn't have a certain case. They offered a deal, plead guilty, and they wouldn't request the death sentence. Bundy contemptuously refused. He also complained during the pre-trial hearings that his defense team had shut him out of preparations, but the judge was unimpressed.
This court is finding clearly, unequivocally, you've had the most excellent counsel I've ever seen any defense attorney in any defendant in the state of Florida ever had.
Nevertheless, Bundy insisted on taking over his own defense. and the court had to rule on whether he was sane enough to be able to do so.
The man is difficult to work with. He's almost cunning in the way that he works against his lawyers sometimes, and he reaches a level where he's unbearably hard to work with. But all of that notwithstanding, the doctors told us that it does not meet the test for legal insanity, legal incompetence.
As he took over, Bundy clashed with the trial judge, Edward Coward.
Mr. Bundy? Yes, the court wants to talk to you, man. Come up to the bar here. I want to tell you something, young man, and I want to tell you clearly and unequivocally so you understand. This court is not going to follow your schedule.
Since I have been in Dade County, I have been allowed...
Don't shake your finger at me, young man. Don't shake your finger at me, young man.
Bundy had been protesting about not being allowed in the library to prepare his defense, and he continued with delaying tactics, which had the trial moved from Tallahassee to Miami and put back from October 1978 to June 1979. When the jury had finally been selected, Bundy shrewdly won some key legal points, getting both his record and his taped statements ruled inadmissible. The policeman who made the arrest described how Bundy fought him, knocking his gun from his hand. He then went on to report what Bundy said when he was subdued.
He made these statements several times on the way back to the station that he wished I had killed him. On the way back to the station, he also made the statement, if I run at the jail, will you shoot me then?
With his law school background, Bundy was dispassionate and professional.
Can you describe what you saw when you lifted up the cover? As much detail as you can recall. If you need to use your report, please feel free to do so.
There was a considerable amount of blood around her head, matted in her hair on the walls. There was what appeared to be a nylon stocking netted around her neck.
And you cannot recall any debris other than blood? Is that your testimony? Is that your recollection?
That's the best of my recollection, yes, sir.
Bundy claimed that the prosecution's exhibits could all be innocently explained. The masks found in his car were for skiing. The metal pipes were not weapons, but parts of his car. The nylon stockings not for strangling, but for wearing. The prosecutor said that, on the contrary, they all proved that the crimes had been carefully planned.
This man premeditated this murder. He knew what he was going to do before he did it. He thinks he is smart enough to get away with any crime.
The prosecution produced a key witness, student Nita Neary, who saw a man coming out of the sorority house that night.
What I noticed most with the profile was had a very prominent nose, a straight bridge that almost came to a point, not quite, very thin lips.
It was 3 in the morning. He was wearing a dark knitted cap and carrying a wooden club. "Do you see that man in the courtroom?" she was asked, in one of the trial's most dramatic moments. Her response was clear. This was damning enough, but the clincher was the savage bite on Lisa Levy.
The defendant in this case, Theodore Robert Bundy, was responsible for leaving those bite marks on the buttocks of Lisa Levy.
Bundy claimed they weren't his, but dental evidence was overwhelming. Knowing that this was a critical point, he took the stand to deny it.
What is your name, please?
Theodore Robert Bundy.
When you were arrested on February 15th, 1978 in Pensacola, did you have a chip in your right front tooth?
No, I did not.
He used all his ingenuity to weaken the evidence.
Then that evidence would tend to show that in fact my teeth could not or did not make those marks.
Fully aware of the importance of this point, the state produced a further expert whose testimony was damning when asked to comment on Bundy's claims.
In my opinion, the only set that could have caused all the characteristics
in the photograph of the bite mark would be number 2.
The models of Mr. Bundy?
Yes, sir.
The trial took a month, but on the 23rd of July, 1979, the jury needed only 7 hours to reach their verdicts on a long list of indictments. The clerk of the court was handed the decisions. Could this impressive and articulate young man really be a wild sex killer?
Publish the verdicts, Madam Clerk.
In the Circuit Court of the Second Judicial Circuit in Leon County, Florida, case number 78670, with the jury at Miami-Dade County, Florida, this 24th day of July, AD 1979, find the defendant, Theodore Robert Bundy, as to count 3 of the indictment, murder in the first degree upon one Lisa Levy, guilty as charged, so say we all, Rudolph E. Trimble, foreman.
The verdict was guilty, and all that Bundy could do now was to try to avoid a death sentence. With his usual cheek, he said that if he was sentenced to death, it would lower the court to the level of a murderer.
I'm not asking for mercy, for I find it somewhat absurd to ask for mercy for something I did not do.
As Bundy's mother listened, the judge had no hesitation in passing the death sentence.
She was struck several times about the head. She had a ligature around her neck, which was a pantyhose that strangled her, caused her death. The beating was vicious, vile, and wicked, and atrocious. It is further ordered that on such scheduled date that you be put to death by a current of electricity sufficient to cause your immediate death, and such current of electricity shall continue to pass through your body until you are dead.
However, Judge Edward Coward had extraordinary words of praise for his performance in the courtroom.
It's a tragedy for this court to see such a total waste, I think, of humanity that I've experienced in this court. You're a bright young man. If you made a good lawyer, I'd love to have you practice in front of me, but you went another way, partner.
So he left the courtroom in Miami a condemned man, to be taken to Orlando for another trial, this time for the murder of schoolgirl Kimberly Leach. In an extraordinary scene during this, he called his girlfriend Carol Boone to the stand and asked her to marry him.
Will you marry me? Yes. And I do hereby marry you. Thank you.
She accepted, and they had a daughter during the years of his appeals. But extravagant gestures could not influence the verdict.
Therefore, it is the sentence of this court as to count 1 of the indictment that you, Theodore Robert Bundy, be adjudicated guilty of murder in the first degree, and that you be sentenced to death for the murder of Kimberly Diane Leach.
There followed almost 9 years of appeals. One point which emerged was that Bundy claimed that he had been spurred on by pornography. Anti-porn crusaders leapt at this revelation as confirming their worst fears. Dr. Victor Klein, a psychiatrist who had made a study of the effects, summed up their views.
They get into this pattern, it's a sexual addiction, and they act it out. And even good people can or are vulnerable to it.
But lawyer John Weston took a sterner view.
It's also a way for Bundy to check out by, in essence, saying the devil made me do it.
Officials speculated as to how many women Bundy really had killed.
My feeling is that he's killed way over 100.
When his last appeal failed, Bundy tried to delay his execution by starting to confess. His mother was devastated.
We don't want to believe that these things happened, but it sounds like at least some of them did, unless he's making it all up. Why would he make it up?
When even this tactic failed, he used pleading.
What I'm talking about is going beyond retribution, which is what people want with me. Going beyond retribution and punishment, because there is no way in the world that killing me is going to restore those beautiful children to their parents and correct and soothe the pain.
But at last, 9 years after the sentence, the state of Florida prepared for retribution. Press and angry crowds gathered outside the prison. At 7 o'clock on the morning of the 24th of January, 1989, Ted Bundy finally went to the electric chair.
Don't give me a soap opera.
Some technical difficulties, beyond our control. Yeah, it is correct.
That's very persuasive.
Judges, the colors that were objected to.
Is it going to come on, Mr. Teller, you think?
Yes, sir. Reasonably assured.
All right.
Can you run that thing forward?
No, unfortunately, this can't do that.
The hearing began with a discussion of Theodore Bundy's competency to stand trial. Two experts in criminal psychology agreed that Bundy exhibited a personality disorder, but differed on his ability to continue the proceedings. After listening to testimony, Judge Edward Cowart ruled.
I find the defendant competent to stand trial and we're ready to proceed.
The judge also heard Bundy's request for new legal counsel. Bundy argued he has lost confidence in his attorney.
Your Honor, I'm here today because I wish to be acquitted. My counsel tell me that there's no way they can see of achieving that goal for me. Then I say that we have some fundamental problems.
Public defender Mike Minerva told the judge he has doubts about his effectiveness as Bundy's attorney.
In the situation that we're in now, Your Honor, I could never be sure that my future advocacy in this case would not be tempered to some degree.
But again, Judge Coward denied the motions. Minerva will continue as Bundy's court-appointed attorney. The next matter for the court, the discussion to move the trial to another city. Jack Sinks for ABC News in Tallahassee, Florida.
Ted Bundy entered the courtroom looking more like the lawyer he once aspired to become than the man on trial for murder here today. The 32-year-old University of Washington graduate and former law student is suspected in the murder or disappearance of at least 21 women in 4 states. Those whose bodies have been found were sexually molested and severely beaten. Early last year at this Florida State University sorority house, 5 co-eds were brutally attacked. Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy were found dead. Ted Bundy, who was living at this nearby boarding house, was charged with the murders. In court today, the judge was asked to decide if Ted Bundy is mentally competent to stand trial.
Yes, I do think that he has an excellent grasp of the proceedings, and is intellectually, he certainly is exceedingly well informed.
I find the defendant competent to stand trial, and we're ready to proceed.
Then Bundy himself made a motion to dismiss his court-appointed attorney.
It's my position that my counsel, 1, believe that I'm guilty. 2, that they have told me they see no way of presenting a defense, and in no uncertain terms they have told me that. And 3, that they see no way of avoiding conviction.
I'm going to deny the motion to substitute counsel.
Ted Bundy has also asked the court to move the trial to another city. The judge has taken that motion under advisement, but he plans to go ahead with jury selection here tomorrow. Rebecca Chase, ABC News, Tallahassee, Florida.
That's what was there. Channel 6 is next. Is that what it is? That was channel 27.
Jury selection will begin tomorrow. KSL TV, John Hollenvoice report.
Since his arrest in Pensacola nearly a year and a half ago, Theodore Bundy has been in and out of court, fighting to head off his trial for the murder of 2 sorority sisters and the brutal assault on 3 other young women. Today, the day scheduled for trial, Bundy unleashed a flurry of motions asking for more delays. He wants the trial moved to another city because of the intense publicity surrounding the case. The murders of Lisa Levy and Margaret Bowman shocked the city of Tallahassee and drew a swarm of reporters from all over Florida. But the televised court proceedings are also being watched carefully by reporters from western states. Bundy is suspected of committing more than a dozen sex murders in Utah, Washington, and Colorado. Press credentials have been issued to about 300 journalists representing dozens of news organizations. In his effort to delay the trial, Bundy asked for new lawyers, saying he no longer has confidence in his public defenders.
It's my position that my counsel, 1, believe that I'm guilty. 2, that they have told me they see no way of presenting a defense, and in no uncertain terms they have told me that. Your Honor, I'm here today because I wish to be acquitted, because I assert my innocence.
But the prosecution argued that if Bundy is given new lawyers, it would delay the trial for months.
This crime occurred 18 months, getting on near 18 months ago, and there hadn't been a single delay since indictment, except for Bundy's making a delay in this case.
Despite Bundy's complaints, Judge Edward Cowart said he believes the public defenders are competent lawyers. He ordered them to stay on the case. 2 psychiatrists testified that Bundy is mentally competent to stand trial, even though they say he has a serious mental illness.
I think he is likely to engage in behavior, in my opinion, that would be harmful to others. And then, secondarily, likely to be harmful to him.
The psychiatrists agreed that Bundy is rational, and they say the former law student is capable of participating in his own defense. Judge Cowart finally turned down all of Bundy's efforts to delay the trial. Jury selection will begin tomorrow morning. John Hollenhorst for CBS News, Tallahassee, Florida. John Hollenhorst, Eyewitness News, Tallahassee, Florida.
The next two will be the Channel 6. All right, thank you.
The hearing started with testimony of two psychiatrists regarding Bundy's competency to stand trial. Prosecution witness Herbie Cleckley examined Bundy last Thursday, read previous psychiatric reports from Utah, plus descriptions and autopsy reports in this case, before coming to a conclusion.
I feel that he's competent to stand trial.
The next witness was called by Judge Edward Cowart. Emmanuel Tanai said Bundy suffered from a mental disorder, adding there was disagreement, however, on whether the defendant was mentally fit to stand trial in the sorority house murder case.
It does, in fact, interfere with many psychic functions, so that the person who suffers from that illness, in the opinions of, I think, knowledgeable people, does suffer from a mental illness.
Is there a specified regimen of treatment, Dr. Tanay, for this personality disorder?
If you think in terms of an effective treatment, I would say there isn't.
Judge Cowart considered the testimony, then ruled Bundy competent to stand trial. He then listened to Bundy argue that the 3 public defenders should be fired, but prosecutor Dan McKeever said it would be hard to find a more competent attorney than public defender Mike Minerva, arguing Bundy should not be allowed a 4th postponement in this trial to allow new attorneys to be appointed. The judge agreed.
The public defender is competent, remains competent, and has represented this client zealously within the bounds of the law.
The defense then moved for change of venue, calling public opinion pollster Susan Hesselbark to the stand. She testified that 99% of the 362 people she polled said they knew about the case. 88% said they knew Bundy was the man arrested and charged with the crimes. But under cross-examination from prosecutor McKeever, she admitted it might be possible to find a jury.
Sir, I never said that we couldn't get a fair jury in Lynn County.
You didn't?
No, sir. I said it would be difficult, and I think he's going to have a hard time getting a representative jury. My goodness, you've got 120 trial registered voters. I'm sure out of that you can find trial was 14.
But you do think that if we just stick to our guns and work hard, we might could have a jury trial here?
Yes, sir. I think it will be difficult, but I think it could be done.
The judge then decided to try to seat a jury, and so Tuesday at 9:30, the first 14 potential jurors will file into this courtroom and be questioned for possible selection as the jury in this case. 132 jurors will qualify in a separate courtroom, and Cowart indicated if 14 impartial jurors couldn't be selected from that group, he'd move the trial elsewhere. Gary Melanoff, Channel 6 Eyewitness News, Tallahassee. During this past month, as a variety of important issues were raised in pre-trial hearings, very few reporters and photographers were up here on the 8th floor of the Lewis State Bank. But now, as the trial approaches, things have changed. As Ted Bundy actually goes to trial, everyone's here. The networks, the local affiliates, more than 200 outlets requested media credentials for the trial, and this area was set aside to handle the flood of newsmen and newswomen from the electronic media. Courtroom, print journalists packed the gallery to view the proceedings, and what they saw was often serious pleading, but often quite lighthearted.
Back to a speedy trial. Heck, the last time we were in here on continuance, in back, the court's own statement was it's going to take a national crisis, a national emergency to set this thing off again. And I hope that the record is clear that the state's going to insist that the court not withdraw from that feeling and that ruling. We're always around and smoke the sign and give you some law. Brooks.
Yes, that's not very as important as later important. I've read the law. Networks and stations will be here for the entire trial, which is expected to last at least 4 weeks. But for some, this normally vacant floor will look more like a working campground for the months of June and July. Gary Melanoff, Channel 6 Eyewitness News on the 8th floor of the Lewis State Bank.
That's all. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good.
Oh, you've got one more? Which one is that now? The lawyer's aware of that one, Mr. Cooper? Mr. Bundy?
WCA.
This is Channel 27's, right?
Yes,
sir.
The mental competence ruling came in the morning session when two psychiatrists conceded that Bundy fully understands the seriousness of the charges against him. In the afternoon, FSU professor Dr. Susan Hesselbart took the stand to relate the findings of a survey on the effect of pretrial publicity. Dr. Hesselbart said most of those questions associate Bundy with the Chi Omega murders.
About 10% said yes, 1% said no, a little under 1% said don't know, and then you've got essentially your 88% who have already mentioned Mr. Bundy. So essentially what you've got is 97.7% who have either spontaneously brought up Mr. Bundy's name or who have said, yes, I heard it when you asked them.
In the question of whether or not Bundy should retain his attorneys, Bundy claimed his attorneys are convinced of his guilt and are pessimistic about getting him off.
Demoralized perspective. My counsel are not capable, perhaps, of presenting the defense in an aggressive and productive manner. That perhaps, and it seems to me certain, that my counsel have lost the ability to be advocates and have found themselves more in the position of being apologists.
But Judge Edward Coward said Bundy is not entitled to counsel who agree with his position on everything. The judge says he believes the public defender will vigorously and effectively defend him.
Based upon the evidence that is before me and based upon the record, based upon the argument and the law that has been argued, I'm going to deny the motion to substitute counsel, change counsel. And I'm likewise going to deny the motion to withdraw. This court has indicated previously that we came here ready to proceed with trial, and we are in that posture.
Meanwhile, in another courtroom, Circuit Judge Ben Willis certified more than 300 potential jurors for the trial which is scheduled to begin today. They were told to return to court tomorrow morning. Jack Sinks, Action News.
In Florida today, Theodore Robert Bundy went on trial for murder. He is charged with killing two female students at Florida State University. But police and prosecutors say he is also a suspect in the deaths and disappearances of many other young women. Here's more from Rebecca Chase.
Ted Bundy entered the courtroom.
Is that what we've seen? Thank you, Mr. Teller.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bundy. We're not infringing on your rights. I was just kind of...
Judge, much of that was repetition, and I guess really that's the point. All of that was shown in the local community since yesterday afternoon, and that's really the whole point. I think the court can see the impact.
I understand that, and in your questioning, I want you to go fully into that.
Judge,
and on your motion for additional peremptory challenges, let the record reflect that I intend to give both sides 25 challenges. Mark your sheets accordingly. The rule provides for 10 with latitude of the court giving more. I think under the circumstances I've indicated to you previously that we're going to give you more peremptory challenges, and I will increase it by 15. We now have a total of 25.
Judge, if at a later point we see the need for additional, may we bring it up at that point?
You may bring it up.
Thank you, sir.
We ready to proceed with juror number 1, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, Judge, but for purposes of the record, before we do that, may I may I have permission to just put into the record the description of the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would like the record to reflect that there's 4 deputies on the front row. There's a deputy, 2 deputies in the balcony. That there are a number of press people here sitting right behind us and across from where the jurors are going to be sitting, and in front of the bar. And again, I would renew my objection to the seating of the jurors and of the number of deputies up here in the front row.
I would like to move these 2 deputies right to the front row outside the rail. I think that's probably contested. I realize that might take 1 seat from the press, but if you'll move down just a little, I think they ought to be outside of the bar. Move right to the front row, gentlemen. That will allow you the same situation. The court has reserved the front rows for the personnel of either the public defender's or state attorney's office, and the press has previously been described.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr.
Your Honor, excuse me, I have one thing I'm not quite sure of. As indicated at the bench side, there are quite a few witnesses that have been summoned, and I'm not quite sure how the court indicated they want me to approach each.
Your approach and concern, as I understand it, was from the basis of police witnesses primarily, and if you...
Excuse me, there are a great deal of civilian witnesses too. I think we need to ask them the relationship with those people, and I'm just not sure.
Well, I can appreciate the expediency of questioning the panel in its entirety on that. You may either wait until we have something in that category, or if we laboriously have to ask either one of them, it's just part of the process, Mr. Thompson. I think to question one of them individually, we ought to question them all individually, and I've granted your motion for individual voir dire. And if it's necessary for you to ask each one of them that concept, feel free to do so. The court realized it would be more laborious and takes constructive your suggestion that probably we ought to ask them collectively, but I don't want to deprive you of asking the question, and if we need to do it individually, you may do so, or you may wait until we have a collective panel.
Thank you.
I call you first juror, Bailey. I suggest you have them take this first seat in the front row so that one, yeah, in the front, in the jury box. If you need a little breakdown, let me know. Please feel free. I've got my mind concentrated other place. I don't want to forget you. I really would prefer not to. If you can, there's some legal reasons, all right? Yeah, I will. I sure will. If you'll take this seat, please, ma'am, the first one there, seat number 1. As I indicated to you previously, counsel will be questioning you from voir dire examination. The proceedings are necessarily taken down verbatim by the court reporter. If you would elevate your voice just a little bit for that reason, it would be appreciated by the court. All right, Mr. McKeever, Mr. Simpson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Doctor. Good morning. Is it Mrs. Johnson? Yes. Okay. Mrs. Johnson, I'm Larry Simpson, and I'm an assistant state attorney. I'm the prosecutor in this case, and I represent the people of the state of Florida. Here in the courtroom today, as I'm sure you saw in the interview when you first brought in, we have, of course, the judge, bailiff, court reporter, and everybody else is here. Do you know any of the personnel that are involved in this case?
I know the deputy clerk, Ms. Sauls,
Okay.
and the looks familiar. I don't know him.
You don't know the judge?
No, sir.
Any of the prosecuting assistants, Mr. McKeever or Miss Kent?
Kent, I think I know Miss Kent.
How would you know her?
I think she's a client of my boss.
And who is your boss?
Robert Clarkson.
He's an attorney here in town. How about any of the personnel that are seated with Mr. Bundy from the public defender's office? Do you know anything there?
No, sir, I don't think so.
How about Mr. Bundy? Do you know him or have you ever met him before?
No, sir.
What kind of law does your boss practice?
Corporation and business law, real property, will, probate.
Has he had any connection at all with criminal law?
No, sir, no.
Do you know anything about criminal law in your capacity as a secretary?
No, sir, before.
What have you done other than be a legal secretary? Have you had any other jobs?
Not in the last 6 years.
What kind of training or experience do you have in that particular?
On the job training.
Did you have to go through some kind of a legal secretary school?
No, sir, I didn't.
How long have you lived here in Tallahassee?
6 years.
And where did you live before?
Thomasville, Georgia.
And did you live in Thomasville pretty much all your life?
Yes, sir, around there.
Did you go to high school in Thomasville?
In
Pelham, Georgia? Okay. And do you have any education past high school?
College credits from ABAC and Tipton, but nothing major.
How about your husband? You are married.
Right.
So, and what does he do?
He's the district manager at Lowe's in Tallahassee.
And how long has he worked there?
About 4 years.
And what kind of occupation or job did he have before going to Lowe's?
I believe that he worked for J.C. Penney's in North Carolina.
Was that also in a management type position?
Sales, I believe.
And how long have you been married?
7 months.
Do you have any children? I would assume you do.
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you? And how many children do you have?
Just one.
Okay. And how old is
10.
child? 10? Is it a boy or a girl?
A boy.
Does he go to school here in Tallahassee?
Yes, sir, he does.
What school is it?
Astoria Park.
Do you live in the Astoria Park area?
Yes, sir.
Whereabouts in that area?
Hartsfield Circle subdivision, Landroll Drive.
Do you subscribe to the Tallahassee Democrat?
Yes, sir.
And you just subscribe to any other newspaper?
No, sir.
Do you read the Democrat?
Yes, sir.
Fairly often?
Every morning.
You used to read it in the afternoon, but now you read it in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about the local television stations? How many of those do you get?
I get all with both of them. We have cable.
Do you watch them?
Can you hear, Madam Reporter?
Not regularly, no, sir. I'm frequently not home by 6 and don't stay up till 11.
So you wouldn't watch the news as a general rule every night? Mrs. Johnson, we anticipate that once this trial begins, that it's going to last anywhere from 3 weeks to perhaps 4 weeks, or maybe even a little bit longer than that. And during that period of time, the jurors that are selected to hear this case will be required to be sequestered, that is, put aside and not be allowed to go back to their families or homes or whatever. If you were selected as a juror in this case, would that cause you a particular hardship?
It depends on if you ask me or my boss. Yes, sir, I think it would. I really would.
And how bad a hardship are we talking about? What would be your particular problem?
I work for an attorney and I'm the only secretary in the case.
How about with your home situation?
No, sir. Wouldn't be no problem.
During the trial itself, of course, you will not be able to talk with your boss or with your husband or anyone else like that. Is there anything in particular that's coming up within the next 3 to 4 weeks that might be a problem in that regard?
Yes, sir. I'm supposed to leave on vacation Thursday for 3 days.
Okay. Assuming you didn't have a vacation, is there anything else that caused you a problem?
Yes, no.
Now, you heard the judge whenever he told you what the charges were that were involved in this case, did you not? And you understand that 2 of the charges that are involved are charges of first-degree murder.
Yes.
Those, of course, are very serious charges. Does the fact that they are serious charges, does that cause you a particular concern, so much so that you could not listen to the evidence that's going to be presented in this case?
Yes.
The judge will also tell you as we go through the trial that the burden of proof in this case is upon the state to prove the defendant's guilt in this case. And you understand that?
Yes.
Don't you?
Yes.
Okay. The judge will tell you that that burden is to prove the defendant's guilt beyond every reasonable doubt. If I'm able to do that in this case, if I am able to present the evidence to you as a juror in this case that would prove to you that the defendant in this case is guilty, would you be able to return a verdict of guilty in this case?
Yes.
By the same token, if I can't do that, I'll expect you to return a verdict of not guilty. And I assume you'll do that likewise.
Yes.
Okay. Now, through the course of the proceedings, of course, many witnesses will be called, arguments will be had, and things of that nature. Do you think that you could base your verdict in this case solely on the evidence that is presented here in this courtroom?
Yes.
Now, of course, I assume that since you have read, you do read the newspaper, the Tallahassee Democrat, and I assume you might even read a couple of others from time to time. The mere fact that you may have read something about this case in the newspaper, is that going to influence your judgment in this case?
No, sir, I don't think so.
You would be willing to put aside anything that you had seen or heard about this case and base your verdict on the evidence that's presented?
Yes.
The fact that this is a first-degree murder case means that it's also a capital case. Do you understand what that means?
I think I do.
That means simply that there is a possibility that the death penalty may be imposed in this case. Okay? Now, is there anything at all about that, merely the fact that there's a possibility of the death penalty being imposed, that causes you in particular concern?
No, sir.
I know you're not a lawyer, but let me just explain to you briefly that the procedure that we will use in this case is that we will have a trial that will determine the question of guilt or innocence first. When a verdict of guilty is returned, then we move into what is called a second phase of the trial, which is a recommendation phase. So the jury is given an opportunity to recommend to the judge what sentence should be imposed, whether it be death or life in prison. And the jury would merely make a recommendation to the judge that the judge could follow or not follow as he deemed. Do you think that that would cause you a problem in this case in the sense that you would be required to return a recommendation one way or the other?
No, sir.
You could do that, could you not, based upon the evidence that's presented during that phase of the case also?
I believe it.
Your Honor, I have no further questions on this jury.
Ms. Johnson, my name is Lynn Thompson. I'm an attorney. I represent Ted Bundy. He is seated with the counsel team there beside him. Ms. Martin Good, who's also an attorney, and she will be working with me in the presentation of this case. I'm going to ask you questions and talk with you in general about a lot of matters involving this case. And some of these things may appear to be quite personal, but like the judge indicated, I'm not trying to embarrass you. I want you to understand that to start off with. It's necessary that I ask you these questions. Some of the questions may seem a little strange to you, and probably strange to me, but experts have told me it's the kind of things I need to ask you. So I will do the best I can. If you have any problems, let me know, and we'll try to go from there. I think you went pretty much over where you had lived prior to coming to Tallahassee. You lived here 6 years.
Yes, sir.
Prior to coming here today, have you ever had any experience with a jury, grand jury, or criminal jury experience at all?
The only experience that I've had is Mr. Parker had a one-week civil jury trial before Judge Willis about a year and a half ago. But other than that, no experience with any jury trial.
So what was your participation in that?
I was simply his secretary. He would pass me notes if he needed me to get something or to call a witness to be there at a certain time, more as a spectator.
But you've never been a juror?
No, no, sir.
Okay. Are you involved in any social organizations, church clubs, things of this nature?
Only the local legal secretarial organization.
And what does that entail?
We meet monthly, have educational speakers, social hours.
You have no particular church affiliations? Or
I'm Baptist, but we attend a Methodist church here in Tallahassee.
attend pretty regular?
A couple of times a month.
You indicated that would that mean the whole family?
Will you talk up just a little bit, please, both of you?
Yes, sir. That you indicated would that be your husband and your child also?
Right.
You, of course, were living here in January of 78, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you, or yourself or your husband, have any connections with the Florida State University students? Perhaps attending social events there or football games?
Only football games.
Okay. Is that pretty regular also?
Yes.
Have yourself or your husband had any military experience?
No, sir.
Neither of you had any
No, sir.
service? Close family members who were military perhaps?
My stepfather,
What was that?
career Army. He just recently got out about 2 years ago.
So, being stepfather, were you at home? when
No,
you-
sir, I was not close to him at all. Never lived with him and my mother.
Do you have any political affiliations?
No, sir.
You're active in campaigns? Your boss being attorney type?
No, sir, he tries to stay out of that time.
How about your husband? Is he?
No, sir.
Outside interests, hobbies, this kind of thing, do you participate?
Not a lot away from home. Our leisure time is mostly spent working in the yard and just following the house. So that's about what takes
You
up.
take care of
Yes.
getting the house together, the lawns and all that?
Right.
Do you subscribe or regularly read any magazines, national, local magazines, other than newspapers?
Yes, sir, quite a few. My husband and I both like to read. That's probably my vice.
What type of magazine?
Anything from Good Housekeeping, Reader's Digest, Cosmopolitan, anything probably that's on the newsstand, I would pick it up.
Most of you get from the newsstand rather than subscriptions.
Cat and hat.
How much do you read? What's each one?
A lot of wildlife magazines, mainly.
Is he a sportsman then, outdoor?
Camping, fishing, that kind
Not much hunting?
of. No, sir.
You're presently employed as a private attorney. Have you ever had any employment with city, state, federal government, secretary capacity?
No, sir.
How about your husband?
Not as long as we've been married or that I've known.
Mr. Simpson asked you whether or not you had known any of the participants. Now that I've introduced you, it's good. Those names familiar to you?
No, sir, not at all.
This case involves rather violent type crimes. And again, I don't seem like I'm crying if you like it. Have you ever had any personal experience as a victim of a crime against you, yourself, your family, close friend?
No, sir.
Have you ever been called as a witness in the case?
No, sir.
You ever made a complaint against someone that ended up in a prosecution or anything being started?
No, sir.
The idea of crime itself in Tallahassee, how do you see that as a problem? Is it severe? Do you have feelings personally about crime here?
No, sir, I really don't. I wouldn't think that Tallahassee was any worse than anywhere else, and probably a lot better.
Enjoy living there.
I
Do you have any personal fears or feelings if you should go out alone at night?
None at all.
In your neighborhood?
No, sir.
Dealing with your idea of government and good government and that sort of thing, how do you feel in general about laws being strictly enforced?
I believe they should be.
Would you elaborate on that a little bit? Maybe what I'm getting at is there any like circumstances where maybe there are exceptions to the rule that you can recognize, or just because it's a law must be followed to the letter?
There are probably always exceptions to every rule, and I'm sure you can find them in need, but I believe that if there's a law, it should be enforced, period.
How do you see law and order as a goal of the government? Is that a high priority item in your mind?
No, sir, it's not.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
I'm not sure that I can. I'm not sure what you're looking for. It's not something I sit and think about a lot, what government should be doing.
I realize you probably dwell on that a lot. What I'm getting at is, do you see, say, a lack of law and order as a problem, perhaps, or are you pretty happy with the way?
On the whole, I'm fairly happy with it. Yes, sir. I don't think there's a lack of law and order.
Do you feel that police agencies, whether sheriff department or whatever, should, how do you feel about the use of force in a arrest type situation during enforcement?
I don't believe in it unless it's absolutely necessary. I'm not a forceful person. To me, I've got to be other ways to do things than by force.
So what exactly do you by absolutely necessary?
I'm not sure. If there is no other way to subdue a person than by force, then that's necessary.
But force is being used against an officer, he has a right to use force by it.
Yes, sir.
How about a situation where there's no force involved? Resisting arrest.
In other words, if a person is not resisting arrest, then if he's coming along peaceably, you shouldn't have to use force.
Mr. Simpson indicated this case could take quite a while. Could be fairly lengthy matter. At some point, should you be on the jury, you may have to force opinions as to what you consider the evidence to be. How are you generally in offering opinions? You kind of person that likes to express your opinion? You more quiet?
I'm not quiet.
The jury, you talk.
Yes, sir.
How about a situation now where there may be an imbalance on the jury? There may be a lot of men, maybe one or a small number of women. Are you the type of person that, given that kind of a setting, would stick with your opinion you felt you were justified?
I felt that I was justified. I was still willing to listen to others and wait. I'm not bullheaded enough to stick to my idea of someone else is better.
We discussed the matter, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Your opinion, you be weighed when you listen to the opinions of other people. Is that what you
Yes, exactly.
As you've noticed, there are quite a few people in this room today.
Yes.
And cameras up here, various sorts, and radio transmission, deputies, and assorted press people. That said, does that cause you to probably feel nervous about it? Pretty comfortable?
I'm fairly comfortable now.
Can't think you might not have been so much.
No, sir, I wasn't.
But it's something you can get over.
Yes, sir.
So if you were on the jury and the same type of atmosphere existed, would that bother you?
No, sir.
No feel. That ties into another situation. You at one point received a subpoena to appear in this case. How did you receive that?
The truth? I was excited.
You're excited?
I've never been subpoenaed for jury duty, and I've always wanted to be called.
Did you know what case you were going to be involved in?
No, sir.
When did you find that out?
My boss found out first, and he told me.
You had some discussion with him about it?
Yes.
How did that go?
Well, he was upset at the thought that I might be chosen because I am the only secretary of the House. And we just discussed it.
Talk about the fact that it could take a while.
Yes, we did.
That's a reasonable likelihood then. Your neighbors, did you talk with them about it at all?
No.
No discussion?
No.
Husband like the idea?
Not a lot.
How was that?
We must have joked. I don't think it was taken seriously.
He's fully aware of the case and subject matter and the possibility of agreeing with the law.
Right.
Judge sort of outlined what the case is about. In all respects, it's a horrible event. So I don't think there's any way that we can avoid that realization. I think it's very natural for a person on a jury to be affected or have passion, both the victims of the crime, families of victims. Very emotional situation what we're going to have here. And should you be up here, you're going to be involved in that emotion. And you need to ask how it's going to make you feel.
I am a compassionate person, but I'm also a practical person. And I realize what will be going on.
And being practical, how do you mean?
I try not to exaggerate things, blow them out of proportion. I try and look on the practical side of things and be realistic.
And part of the realism is going to involve descriptions of injured people. It could involve very explicit pictures, photographs. It could involve items of physical evidence that may be damaged, bloody, a lot of things like that that's more likely to be seen. How do you see that? As practical, again, it's going to happen.
I've never been exposed to it. I don't know how I would react. I don't think I'd faint. I don't think I'd cry. I think I would look objective.
The objectivity is what we're talking about, I guess, really. Because besides all the pictures, there's going to be a lot of other evidence that you're going to look at, too. People talking from the stand, and you're going to have to, as part of your duty, evaluate that. Now, looking at both of those together, how do you feel about that?
There again, I don't know. I don't get exposed to people.
It's a novel experience.
Yes, sir.
Do you think it's a possibility that the force of the pictures could prevent you from looking objectively at the other evidence?
No, sir, I don't.
That same idea is going to be important a couple more times. Once you assess the evidence, you're going to have to come up with a verdict at some point, should you be on through. How do you feel after seeing all that evidence, whatever comes out? I'm not really sure right now what it may be, but does that make you apprehensive somewhat?
No, sir.
Mr. Simpson also indicated that there's two parts to this case. There's a part involving finding guilt or innocence. Should there be a finding of guilt? And then there's a separate, completely different function on sentencing. And when you consider the sentencing part.
And Mr. Bundy, we want to say to you that we're at this threshold, that this court is freely and unequivocally ready to join issue with you on competency of counsel. And I am ruling specifically so that it will be decided on the first appeal, and not 5 years from now or 10 years from now, if one is appropriate. But this court is finding clearly, unequivocally, you've had the most excellent counsel I've ever seen any defense attorney in any defendant in the state of Florida ever had. And I clearly inject that in the record, sir, and I invite you to file an assignment of error should there be an appeal, because it should be reviewed in your behalf. And I'm not going to hear any more nonsensical information about competency or incompetency of counsel. Now, you feel free to discuss anything with your counsel. They're here with you. We have joined issue on it, and we're going to proceed with this trial.
Please be seated. Court will come to order.
When trial resumed this morning, the jury faced an unpleasant day. First, he'd heard from a former Florida State University co-ed, Cheryl Thomas. She survived a savage beating in a Tallahassee duplex. The same night, a year and a half ago, two Chi Omega sorority sisters died in their beds a few blocks away. Thomas, who now studies ballet at a college in Texas, said she remembers coming home from a date, going to bed, but not remembering anything more until she woke up in a hospital a few days later.
I had 5 skull fractures and multiple contusions in my head, and because of the skull fractures, the 8th nerve was damaged, and I lost the hearing in my left ear and the equilibrium, and I had a broken jaw, and my left shoulder was pulled out of joint, and I was just pretty bruised.
No one has ever seen the person who attacked Cheryl Thomas, but prosecutors say they have evidence that can link Ted Bundy to that crime, as well as the one at the Chi Omega house. Today, stunned jurors saw colored photographs of the two victims at the sorority house, Lisa Levy and Margaret Bowman. The size and gruesome nature of the pictures brought an immediate and prolonged argument from Bundy's lawyers, who claimed that prosecutors, in showing the pictures to the jury, were attempting to prejudice and inflame their feelings toward the defendant.
There is no fact or circumstance at issue which justifies the admission of such gruesome inflammatory photographs taken away from the scene of the crime, which show the cause of the death to the victim.
Judge Cowart allowed all but the most explicitly gory photo to be introduced into evidence. Still to come in this case, the state's star witness, who can identify Ted Bundy as the man she saw leaving the Chi Omega house the night of the murders. Frank Lynn, Newswatch 10, the Metro Justice Building.
What effect would it have on you if Ted were executed?
Objection. I'll sustain.
What are your feelings on the death penalty as regards to your son?
Same objection. I'll sustain.
Have you considered the possibility that Ted might be executed?
Yes. I'll let her answer that.
Yes, I've considered that possibility. I had to, because of the existence of such in this state. I consider it, the death penalty itself, to be the most primitive, barbaric thing that that a human being can impose upon another. And I've always felt that way. It has nothing to do with what's happened here. My Christian upbringing tells me that to take another's life under any circumstances is wrong. And I don't believe the state of Florida is above the laws of God. Ted can be very useful in many ways to many people living. Gone from us would be like taking a part of all of us and throwing it away.
And if Ted were to be confined to spend the rest of his life in prison, do you anticipate that you would maintain your close ties with him?
Oh, of course. Yes.
Everybody rise, please. Please be seated. Court will come to order.
Whoops. I need it. Just a minute. We had a You didn't make me look up all this law. I wouldn't have all this mess up here, Mr. Good. We ready to proceed?
Your Honor, before we proceed, I have one request to make. That is, Mr. Bundy's family his mother is here already. His father is arriving, as well as his sister, on a noon flight today. And his very good friend Carol Boone and her son Jamie would all very much like to have a contact visit with Mr. Bundy this evening. And I was wondering if I could prevail upon the court to have it arranged so they would be allowed a contact visit with him this evening.
Let's see where we're at in the trial. We might have him busy this evening. I'm going to try to complete as much as I can, if not all of it today, if we have to go into the evening.
Yes.
So let's see what time it is. And we won't deprive, certainly won't deprive of anything of that, and I'll confer with corrections, see if we can arrange it, depending upon what time we're through. If not, we can catch it bright and early tomorrow morning, one of the two is good. We'll get it done for you, but I just question of time. All right? Bring a jury on it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please take your seats in your box, take your original seats.
11th, prior stipulation, polling is waived and presence is noted. Call your first witness.
Louise Bundy.
Right this way, please, ma'am. Over here, please, ma'am. Step right up to the witness box and raise your right hand.
What is your name, please?
Louise Bundy.
And what is your address?
I live in Tacoma, Washington.
And do you have any children?
Now settle down, Mother. We haven't lost a mother in a long time, so just don't be nervous, okay? Okay, go ahead.
Do you have any children, Mrs. Bundy?
Yes, I have 5 children.
And who is your oldest child?
My oldest child is Ted.
And when was Ted born?
November 24th, 1946.
Could you tell us the ages of your other children?
Yes, our oldest daughter, Linda, is 27. Glenn is 25. Sandra is 23. And Richard is almost 18.
And where was Ted born?
In Burlington, Vermont.
Who raised Ted as an infant and as a young child?
I did.
And where were you living at that time?
Well, for the first couple of years of Ted's life, I lived in Philadelphia with my family.
Did there come a time when you moved to Tacoma, Washington?
Yes, I had very close relatives in Tacoma, and they thought it was a great place to live, so Ted and I moved there.
And what, if anything, happened in your life after you moved to Tacoma, Washington?
Well, I met a very wonderful man named John Bundy, and we were married a few months later.
And was Ted adopted by John Bundy?
Yes, he was.
And how old was he when he was adopted?
He was 4 and a half.
Could you describe for us Ted's early childhood and his upbringing? How did you raise Ted?
Well, we tried to be very conscientious parents, ones who did things with our children, gave them the best we could give them on a middle-class income. But mostly we wanted to give them lots of love.
What did your husband do?
My husband did and has been a cook at Madigan Army Hospital at Fort Lewis, Tacoma.
For how many years has he been a cook there?
Since 1952.
And have you worked outside the home?
Not until 7 years ago. I stayed home with the children until 7 years ago.
And where did Ted go to school?
Objection to relevancy, Judge. Well,
Ted went to school in Tacoma. All his schooling was in the city of Tacoma public schools.
And during that period of time, did you help Ted with his studies?
Ah, yes. I can remember many a night we stayed up way past midnight when he had a big exam coming up, and I'd try to help him with reading off questions I thought he might be getting, and he'd work it out.
Was Ted a conscientious student?
Very much so.
And what year did Ted graduate from high school?
He graduated from Wilson High School in 1965.
And during high school, did Ted ever have any employment or jobs?
Yes, he worked as a newspaper delivery boy at the local paper. He did a lot of lawn cutting jobs. He and a friend had quite an enterprise there. And he worked as a cleanup person in one of the bowling alleys in the area.
And after high school, did Ted go to college?
Yes, he did.
And where did he start college?
He went his first year at the University of Puget Sound, which is just 2 blocks from where we live.
Did he live at home that year?
Yes, he did.
And after he went to the University of Puget Sound, where did he attend school?
He then transferred to the University of Washington in Seattle.
And what did he study?
At that time, he was majoring in Asian studies.
Did he ever change his major again?
Oh, yes. He changed it several times. Mainly his interest was in the law, And so he was taking the courses he felt would be helpful in that respect.
Did Ted ever express a desire to go to law school?
Many times, ever since he was a small boy, really.
And where else did Ted go to college?
He had a special grant to study at Stanford one summer, and that was while he was still in Asian Studies in Chinese language. He also, all of my family live in Philadelphia, so one semester he spent at Temple University in Philadelphia.
And why did he go to Philadelphia, do you recall?
Partly because he wanted to visit with my family. His grandfather lives there, and he and his grandfather had been very close when Ted was little. But also because at that time, he was much interested in the plight of the inner city. And if there's ever an example of the plight of an inner city, it would be in Philadelphia. So he thought that would be an interesting place to be.
Where did you say he studied in Philadelphia?
Where?
At
Temple University.
During the time that Ted was in school, did he have jobs at the same time? Did he work?
Yes, it was really necessary. He worked as a busboy at the Seattle Yacht Club. He worked for a lawyer's or attorney's messenger service. He worked for the crisis clinic, manning telephones at night.
What was the crisis clinic?
Well, a crisis clinic is where people call in who have urgent problems that need someone to talk to.
And when did Ted finish college?
He finished college in 1972, graduated from the University of Washington.
And during this period of time, did he ever work in any political campaigns?
Yes, he did. He, off and on, ever since he was in high school, he had been interested in politics. But I think the biggest one was in 1968. At first, he was working for the Rockefeller campaign. He came here, in fact, to Miami, to the Republican National Convention. When Mr. Rockefeller didn't get the nomination, Ted went back home and worked for the election of the lieutenant governor in the state of Washington that year.
Was he ever employed by the, what would be like the statewide Republican Committee in Washington State?
Yes, he was. If I can get the date exact, I believe it was most of 1974. He was assistant to the chairman of the Central Committee.
And what else did Ted do as work during that period of time?
Well, let me see. He was always busy, always had a job. He worked for the Seattle Crime Commission, doing research work, I believe, for them. And he also worked for Governor Evans' campaign later.
And was he was elected governor of
Yes,
Washington.
he certainly was.
And that was prior to your current governor, is that correct?
Yes, that was the 72 campaign.
Okay. And after Ted finished college, did he ever go to school after that?
Yes, he went to law school.
When did he enter law school?
He entered the University of Puget Sound Law School in the fall of '74.
And how long was he there?
The fall and the spring semesters.
And where did he transfer after that?
To the University of Utah Law School.
Okay, and when was the last time that he attended law school? Do you recall approximately what month or what year that would have been?
October. Oh boy. Get my years mixed up. He went for 1 year to the University of Utah. and started the second year but did not finish.
Could you describe the relationship that you have had with your son, Ted Bundy?
Objection to relevancy. I'll let her answer.
I've always had a very special relationship with all my children. We tried to treat them all equally. But Ted being the oldest, and you might say my pride and joy, our relationship was always very special. We talked a lot together. And his brothers and sisters thought of him as just the top person in their lives, as we all do.
And even since the time that Ted has lived away from home, has he maintained good contact and a good relationship with you?
Oh yes, always. I have a lot of telephone bills to attest to that. He would call home if he could, if he didn't write. And we kept in very close touch, always.
What effect would it have on you if Ted were executed?
Objection. I'll sustain.
What are your feelings on the death penalty with regards to your son?
Same objection. I'll sustain.
Have you considered the possibility that Ted might be executed?
Objection. I'll let her answer that.
Yes, I've considered that possibility. I had to, because of the existence of such in this state. I consider it, the death penalty itself, to be the most primitive, barbaric thing that a human being can impose upon another. And I've always felt that way. It has nothing to do with what's happened here. My Christian upbringing tells me that to take another's life under any circumstances is wrong. And I don't believe the state of Florida is above the laws of God. Ted can be very useful in many ways to many people living. Gone from us would be like taking a part of all of us and throwing it away.
And if Ted were to be confined to spend the rest of his life in prison, do you anticipate that you would maintain your close ties with him?
Oh, of course. Yes.
I have no further questions.
No questions? You may step down, Ms. Bundy.
Right this way, please.
Call your next witness.
Who would call Don Reed, Your Honor?
Don who?
Reed.
Don Reed, Mr. Watson.
Come on over here, please. Just step right up to the witness box and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
How far you go? Okay, right here? Yeah, no.
If you will, reading him, if you will, reading his rights and all upstairs, Jack. Thank you. Okay.
Sheriff, what kind of evidence was involved?
Outside.
We're going to rush back to 11?
No, we're going to have a press conference now with everybody.
Okay. Go back this way?
Yes. Why don't you go?
There is no justification for the treatment I'm receiving. I'm given a strip search after I see my attorneys. Now that is unconscionable. There is a concerted attempt on the part of the correction system in this county to constantly place more stress and pressure on me than I experienced in the courtroom.
The months of preparation, pretrial hearings, the abortive attempt to seat a jury in Tallahassee, and the 4th week of the trial in Miami have not worn well with attorneys and Ted Bundy. Fatigue is becoming an important part of this trial. When court opened today, Bundy was sulking in his cell across the street at the Dade County Jail. Judge Edward D. Cowart questioned the jailer about his star prisoner.
Go ahead.
At approximately 1 o'clock this morning, my officers on duty on the 4th floor at the jail heard the sound of breaking glass coming from the safety cell area. 2 of the officers immediately responded to the area where they found broken glass all over the entranceway to Mr. Bundy's cell. On further examination, they found an orange had been thrown through the bars, smashing one of the 2 special lights that had been placed in cell 405 for Mr. Bundy. They attempted to collect all the glass and they found certain pieces of the glass missing. They then removed Mr. Bundy from cell 405 and placed him in cell 406, searched the cell and found additional pieces of glass in the back portion of the cell.
Judge Cowart, known throughout Florida for his tough but fair handling of trials, questioned other jailers and then sent a stern message to Bundy.
9:30, the court is going to reconvene, and if he has voluntarily absented himself as he has at this proceeding, the trial is going to continue. I want you to communicate that to him. I want him to be fully appraised of that. In that communication, I'm going to ask the bailiff, accompany the court reporter over there, so that there is recorded in this record the instructions that you give him and his reply. And if this man is not in court by 9:30, this case will proceed. Is there any question about that any of you want to ask the court about? All right. And the court will find him in contempt of this court for failing to be here at this time, and I will indicate to you that punishment or any sentence on that will be deferred until the case is over.
Just over 20 minutes passed before Bundy arrived. The jury was not present.
Mr. Bundy?
Yes, sir.
The court wants to talk to you a minute. Come up to the bar here. What happened? Excuse me? What happened?
Where? You mean in the jail?
The court was supposed to start at 9 o'clock. I want to tell you something, young man, and I want to tell you clearly and unequivocally so you understand. This court is not going to follow your schedule. This court is going to set the time when we convene and when we do not convene. I've given you every conceivable privilege to discuss matters with your counsel, to be with your counsel, and if there's any more delay in this court's proceeding occasioned by your voluntary acts, we're proceeding without you.
I've only exerted that part of my potential which is nonviolent.
You indicate to the court you're going to...
No, I'm saying to the court. No, I'm saying to the court.
Seeking ye shall find, and knocking it'll be opened unto you. Remember that. Always remember that phrase.
Hallelujah. Today was an extraordinary situation. I apologize to the court, but I don't apologize in one respect because I think it's warranted. There comes a time when I just have to say, whoa. And that's where we are. I've heard the court, I've had the sites, and
Let me say to you, if you say whoa as it relates to these proceedings anymore, I'm going to be using spurs and overcome that whoa.
Giddy up, as it were.
You bet. And this court is going to proceed on schedule without your voluntary interruption. Now that's all I want to communicate to you.
Only Judge Cowart has been able to resist the building pressure created by the hard-fought trial. And in his last comments to Bundy, the reason was very clear.
But I also want you to know that as forbearing as this court can be, it can also be just that strong. I don't think there's any equivocation on that in your mind.
I'm willing to accept the consequences for my actions, Your Honor. Anything I do, I'm aware of what the court will do, and that's where we are.
Then we're together.
Sure.
Bless your heart. I just hope you stay with us, because if you don't, we'll miss you. All right?
In courtroom 4-1, Judge Edward Cowart is very comfortable being the boss. In Miami, I'm David Larson, KCTS 9 Seattle, for Public Television.
Bring the jury in, Mr. White. Yes, sir.
When autopsies were performed on Tallahassee murder victims Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy, Police Sergeant Howard Winkler took pictures of a bite mark found on Lisa Levy's left buttock. Then the pictures were sent to this man, forensic dental expert Richard Souveron. Armed with a court order, Souveron said he visited Bundy in his Tallahassee jail cell and took impressions of his teeth. Later, Souveron declared, in his opinion, Bundy's teeth left that mark. Bundy himself argued against letting that testimony in today, but the judge ruled against him. Dr. Souveron, using pictures of the bite mark and pictures of Bundy's teeth, explained the peculiarities of teeth and what they tell him.
Whoever made this mark in the skin, in the flesh, had crooked teeth.
Comparing the oddities in Bundy's teeth to the characteristics of the bite, Souveron had this conclusion for the jury.
Can you tell us within a reasonable degree of dental certainty if those teeth made the marks on those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And what is that opinion, sir?
They made the marks.
The defense insists Dr. Souveron is wrong, that not enough has been done in the area of bite mark analysis to lend any credence to his conclusion, and they'll be trying to make the jury believe that too. Allison here in Newswatch 2 in Miami.
The photograph that I made.
And what is that?
It shows bite marks from...
Before jury on bite mark analysis twice.
Can you tell us within a reasonable degree of dental certainty if those teeth made the marks on those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And what is that opinion, sir?
They made the marks. Same size. So if you bit with these four teeth, you would have a pattern that would, each tooth would have relatively the same size. And when you look at this mark down and orient you anatomically, this is the bites that are in question here. This is a large blow-up of the bites that are in question.
All right, sir. Now, whenever we first began talking about bite mark comparison and
Occupation?
Deputy Sheriff, Salt Lake County.
How long?
About 14 years.
Directing your attention to August 16, 1975. On or about that day, did you have occasion to know one Theodore Robert Bundy?
Yes, sir.
Did you know him prior to that?
No, sir.
Did you know at that time, and do you know at this time, what his occupation was at that day?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
He was a law student at the University of Utah.
You know what his occupation was in 1974?
I believe it was a law student also.
That's all I have.
Bundy?
Detective Thompson, you say you knew Theodore Robert Bundy on August 16, 1975?
Around that time I was acquainted with it, yes, sir.
Around that time?
Yes.
On that date? You say
I'm not positive on the date.
Well, can you give me the benefit of your best estimate as to when you first...
The first conversation that I had with you was August the 21st, outside the Salt Lake County Jail. That I'm positive.
Did you ever met me prior to that?
No, sir.
I'd like to.
That's all. Thank you.
May this officer be excused?
Yes, sir.
I think you're free to go.
That's all I have on the motion, Judge.
Do you have witnesses on the motion?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Harvey would like a couple minutes to confer with you before I take the stand.
All right. We'll take a 5-minute recess, and you may confer with your counsel that we'll talk to you.
Everybody remain seated. The judge is out of the courtroom. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
You can use the chili bottle if you want. But you want to stick it in the board. We're on the home
That's why we come and got you.
Yeah, that's one-on-one.
You tell him what you want. Now, I
just want to blow it out of the shop.
That's a lot of money.
There you go.
Is that better?
Mr. Bundy?
Limited purpose of this hearing only.
On the motion only, I understand.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Theodore Robert Bundy.
Directing your attention to the early morning of August 15th, 1975, after you'd been stopped by Trooper Hayward, approximately what time of the
Did we
morning?
establish that it was really the 16th, or did we? That date?
Judge, there's a discrepancy in the report.
Well, it's either the 15th or the 16th. Is there any question about that?
It's not.
All right. As long as we're not hung with one on one day and one on another, that's the only thing the court was worried about. We're talking about one single incident, either August the 15th or August the 16th. Is that correct, gentlemen?
That's correct.
All right. Proceed on.
About what time?
It was early in the morning, approximately 2 o'clock.
After you had been stopped, did Officer Hayward say anything to you?
Well, after the stop had occurred, I exited my car, and the officer, Hayward, had left his car and approached me, and the first thing he said to me was, "Why didn't you get out of your car and run? I could have taken your head off," or words to those effect. Words to that effect.
Did he ask you for your driver's license and registration?
He did. I think he asked me a number of questions which intervened the request for a driver's license, and I think he asked me after his first comment what I was doing in his neighborhood, to which I did not initially make a response. And then he asked me for my driver's license, which I got from the inside of my car.
Did you produce a driver's license?
Yes.
Did you produce a registration?
Yes.
Did Officer Hayward advise you of your rights at that time?
No.
Could you relate to me the circumstances which took place immediately after you were stopped?
After I gave the officer my driver's license, he went back to his vehicle, as I recall, and leaned in and pulled out the microphone that they use for the radios and came back to me and told me to go stand by his car, which was approximately 10 feet in back of my car. He told me to wait there, and there was an officer, another state patrolman, who was already on the scene. and he told me to stay with the officer. He told the officer to keep an eye on me.
Let me back up a little bit. Was Officer Hayward in uniform?
Yes, he was.
Was he carrying a weapon?
Yes, he was.
Was the additional officer who come to the scene, was he in uniform?
Yes.
Was he carrying a weapon?
Yes.
How many officers arrived at the scene?
Well, they arrived and they left. I'd say that at any one time there were, at the most that were on the scene at any one time, approximately a half a dozen.
Were they all in uniform?
All except for Detective Ondrak, who arrived later, who was in plain clothes.
What was the attitude of the officers towards you?
Well, I testified as to Sergeant Hayward's initial reaction. After he told me to stand by his car, he proceeded to my car and he began to walk around it, shining his flashlight through the windows and peering in through the windows. The officer that I was standing with next to the patrol car began asking me questions, asking me what I was doing in the neighborhood, why I was there, so on and so forth.
Did any of the officers read you any rights, advised you the right to remain silent at that time?
No.
Did anybody advise you of the right to have an attorney present if any questions take place?
No.
Anybody advise you that you had the right not to talk to us?
No.
All right, and then Officer Hayward was looking in the car with a flashlight?
Yes.
And then what happened next?
He walked, as I was standing by the car, watching him and listening to the officer next to me ask me questions. I watched him walk around the car and shine his flashlight in the car. He apparently was focusing on something inside the car for some time, or it seemed like some time. He opened the car door, entered the car, and I couldn't see what he was doing. He came back to me and then repeated his earlier questions about what I was doing in his neighborhood, why I was there, and then, as I recall, he went to make another call on his police radio.
Did Officer Hayward or any other officer at the scene ask you for permission to search the car?
No.
Did you give anyone permission to search the car?
No.
Had you ever been arrested?
No.
Did anyone tell you that you had a right to refuse to let them search your car?
No.
Do you remember the words being asked to you, whether or not you minded if they looked inside your car?
I can't recall a request to search my car, and the words, whether or not they asked me if they could look at my car, is something I don't recall or construed as a request to search my car.
Do you remember telling any of the officers that they could look at you?
No.
At any point during this incident, did anyone read you your Miranda rights or tell you your rights?
Yes.
At what point was that?
After Sergeant Hayward had searched my car and called in another officer to come in, and after my car had been thoroughly searched by the other officers, Detective Ondrak approached me at that time and informed me that he was going to seize certain items from my car, and told me that he was going to attempt to get a warrant or a complaint or something of that type against me for possession of burglary tools. At that point, Sergeant Hayward or another officer, I'm not sure, searched me for the first time, handcuffed me, put me in his vehicle, read me the rights off a little card he carried on his console, and drove me downtown to the Salt Lake County Jail.
Were It was after the search had taken place
Yes.
and after the items had been seized.
Yes.
Did you try to stop the search?
No.
Why is that?
Well, I'd say I was afraid to, but that's not exactly the way. I mean, it's not that I was quaking in my shoes. I felt that I couldn't stop them from doing what they were doing, that they were going to go ahead and do it no matter what I did. They were intent. The questions from Sergeant Ondrak and, Sergeant Hayward and the other officers at the scene indicated that they believed that I was involved in some sort of activity and they were hostile about it. The questions seemed hostile to me. Indicated to me that they were going to do damn well what they pleased, and I did not.
You didn't see any point?
There was no point. I didn't see how the heck I could stop a half a dozen uniformed armed officers from searching my car.
They didn't ask you for your consent?
No.
Objection too broad.
Let me ask you to see if do you have anything else?
I think that about covers it.
I have no further questions.
Mr. McKeever?
Thank you, Judge. Just a couple of things. That's not the first thing you told Hayward, though, when he asked you what you were doing in the neighborhood, did he?
What? Excuse me?
He asked you what you were doing in the neighborhood, and you didn't tell him right off what you were doing in the neighborhood, did you?
I told him what, I responded to his question.
I understand. What was that response?
As I recall, the response, I don't know when it occurred, was that I had been in the neighborhood drive-in movie.
Good one?
I said my response to him was that I had been in the vicinity at a drive-in movie.
And you told him the name of that movie, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
But you hadn't been to that movie, had you?
Your Honor, I don't think this is relevant.
I'm going to let him answer.
I don't think it's material to the issue.
Well, the question credibility is always material, and these are questions that the court would be concerned with. I'll let him answer.
No, I haven't.
Well, you started off with a lie to him. And you followed that up. Let me see if I understand your testimony correctly. You followed that up with another story, didn't you?
You know, I object.
But restate the question.
Well, did you tell Hayward anything else after you told him that you'd been at the drive-in movie? You do recall your testimony during the courtroom proceedings in Utah, do you not?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. I mean, really, it's a broad question. If you try to be more specific, I can help you out.
Do you recall your testimony in Utah?
I recall testifying in Utah.
Do you recall the drive-in movie story you told Hayward? You've already testified to that.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the marijuana story?
Your Honor, I object. Again, let's do it.
I'm going to rule it that there's some reference to it in the opinion.
Judge, excuse me, that hasn't been talked about by either the officers at this hearing or by testimony of the...
He's on cross-examination and the defendant. We got a direct, pinpointed question of issue of fact that the court has to. And that's, I think, about a question. Overruled, you may proceed.
Do you need me to freshen up your memory a little bit, Mr. Bundy?
I think if you could ask me the question again, I'm not sure what you're asking, but I can try to...
I'm asking you kind of an initial question, and I don't mean to be confusing. Do you recall your testimony in Utah? If you don't, say so, and I'll try to refresh you.
Well, if you could give me a specific question, I don't think it would be difficult for me to sit here and quote you verbatim what my testimony was in Utah.
I understand. I can appreciate that. Let me see if this refreshes your memory. You recall testifying that on the evening in question you were eating dinner and watching television until 12 midnight or 12:30, which time you decided to visit a friend. That upon arriving at that friend's house, you noticed the lights were out, you decided not to waken her up, and you proceeded to drive around for a while. You ended up in the Granger area where you decided to smoke some dope.
Your Honor, excuse me, but if he's going to ask me a question, I will object to the summarization of the entire line of questioning. If he's going to ask me a question.
Well, if I've sufficiently refreshed your memory, say so, and I'll stop. You want to tell us about that testimony?
Do you recall that, Mr.?
Do I recall the testimony?
You apparently do. You just told the court there was lengthy questions and answers about that point.
All I'm saying is that I don't recall the testimony specifically, but I can say that in general that I can associate what you're saying with the trial in Utah.
Okay. Specifically, do you recall telling the court in Utah that you fled from the officer in order to get the smoke out of your car and that you threw the marijuana out the window during the chase?
Yes.
Now, back to this case. Isn't it a fact that you've done all of the research on this particular motion?
Yes, such as it is. Yes, I have.
Have you found some cases on the point?
I found too many cases.
And the point we're talking about is consent to search, isn't it?
That's one of the points we're talking about.
Are you familiar with what the factual basis would need to be for a consent search to be thrown out?
Yes, I'm familiar with it. I am now. I wasn't then.
That hasn't colored your testimony a bit.
I think you'll find, well, no it hasn't. And I think you'll find, if you review my testimony in the suppression hearing in Utah, that it's essentially the same.
That's all I have, Judge.
Any feedback? Do you have anything further, Mr. Bundy?
No, sir, I don't.
You may step down. Any further testimony on the motion?
I feel like I need to call Officer Hayward just briefly, Judge.
All right. Officer Hayward, then. Sergeant, I guess he is now.
Your Honor, then you need to re-swear this witness.
No, sir.
Step out of the witness stand, sir, and be seated.
You previously sworn, Sergeant. The oath is still applicable. You may proceed, Mr.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, are you familiar with the smell, the odor of marijuana?
Yes, sir.
How long have you had some experience in this odor?
I had 3 years, just prior to this date, of alcohol and drug enforcement, drug drivers in the state of Utah.
During the time you were in Mr. Bundy's car on this particular evening, at any time did you smell the odor of marijuana?
No, sir, I did not.
At any point during your search in the car or around the car, trunk, engine, whatever, did you find any substance that resembled marijuana?
No, I did not.
At any time during your chase of Mr. Bundy, did you see anything thrown out of the car?
No, I did not.
That's all I have.
And redirect? Or cross, excuse me?
Your Honor, we approach the bench.
Yes, sir.
I have no recross on this witness.
Cross, I misled.
Cross on the rebuttal. For one matter that I neglected, just procedural matter, it's technical. His report into evidence when he was here. His police report. That's it.
I don't care. No problem. That's stupid. Sure.
You marked his report on your...
We've marked the report. This one. This is
Just asking if that's the full report and if it's accurate.
Sergeant Hayward, I'm showing you a document marked as defendant's proposed exhibit A1 identification. I ask you to identify that, please.
It appears to be.
Appears to be what?
The same document I have here, full document.
Your incident report of the stop that occurred on August the 16th, 1978?
Yes.
Would offer this in the evidence.
Be received without objection, out of order.
No objection.
On the motion to suppress standard evidence.
That's all I have.
Sergeant Hayward now be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your consent.
Defense have anything further on the motion?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
State have any other rebuttal?
No, sir.
Motion's closed. And gentlemen, I'm going to take argument on both of the motions to suppress. In either procedure that you want to go by, you may take the state would argue first. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to have to gather my troops.
Are you prepared to argue on this one first, then?
Your Honor, I'm not prepared to argue the law beyond generalities. I have a great deal of case material. As I say, I have not had access to library to streamline it, as it were. I would be willing to make a general argument, but would reserve the right to submit to the court a memorandum of...
All right, I'm going to rule on both of them until in the morning anyway. I want to hear the argument on both of them this afternoon. There's no more hearing testimony. How about Picano and...
Do that during trial if you want to, Judge.
I thought we had reserved that for during the trial. Now, this is all the testimony to be taken on the motion.
Yes, sir. No, sir, we have some statement testimony that you need to hear and some more Williams rule.
Well, we've got some William rule questions, but they primarily will be not witness testimony, as I understand.
You do have some short testimony.
All right. Well, let's take these two motions to suppress in that order. Are there argument on them now, and then we'll...
Judge, we give you a chance to get Mr. Haggard?
Yes, I think you should, and we're going to proceed now with the argument on the Granger, and Mr. Bundy, you may proceed.
Your Honor, there's a lot of cases in that box, and they all deal with consent search issues.
Yes, sir. I'm sure that there's probably that many more that you've missed.
And I've missed quite a few. We're only dealing with a couple jurisdictions. As I said, I'm going to argue the law broadly because I haven't had an opportunity to complete my research on the status of Florida law, although I'm familiar with the parameters of the consent search issue as they exist here in Florida and those as outlined by the United States Supreme Court and other federal courts.
Well, we really basically set the stage. I'm sure you've read Bustamante.
Yes, sir.
Let's proceed with that, and we'll go from there. And you're not going to be far wrong from Florida law.
Well, I think before I refer to the Bustamante case, I think it's important that the court be put in a position of determining whether it's Florida law that applies or the law of the state where the search occurred. And of course I would argue that from the integrity of this court and the integrity of the court of Florida, that the conflict should be resolved and in the manner of adopting the law of the forum state of Florida to determine whether a consent in the search that we've heard testimony in today was freely, voluntarily, and knowingly given.
Well, you've got more of a basic threshold argument as far as that is concerned. This court would have to take into consideration the rulings of the Supreme Court of Utah, Mr. Bundy, as far as the concept is concerned. And the only collateral attack, or something in the nature of a collateral attack, would be a federal argument. As this court conceives the law, I think the state of Utah has ruled on it, and it is provision of the Constitution that you're well aware of concerning full faith and credit and finality of the arguments as it relates to seizure of the goods under the forum of where they're seized. This court would consider that the only possible collateral approach would be on the basis of some additional federal requirement, maybe not brought to the attention of the Utah court. However, so that the record is patently clear, I'm going to proceed with the concept that both arguments, or all three arguments, are in fact open. And I'm not going to close you out on that. Brevity has never been the keynote of this trial and probably never will be. So I'll hear whatever you have to say.
Well, I think, and I will do my best to acquaint the court with issues that are directly involved in the search, which did not come to the attention, or I would tell the court that these issues did not come to the attention of the Florida Supreme Court, or the Utah Supreme Court. However, I understand that the court has read the Supreme Court opinion, the Utah Supreme Court opinion, and will simply direct the court's attention to the findings of Chief Justice Ellett. And Chief Justice Ellett did not find that the search ruled on by the trial court was legal. The legal finding of Chief Justice Ellett in State v. Bundy was that there was evidence sufficient to justify the judgment of the court. It does not speak to the standards of law in Utah or anywhere else as applied to search and seizure, and the search and seizure issue involved in the Utah case. I think what we have here is simply a badly written opinion, and one which is self-evident, relies on virtually no case law and a very highly complicated appeal. And so I will say only that I don't believe reading of the Supreme Court opinion is dispositive or in any way persuasive in determining the legality or illegality of the search that occurred, and it's the subject of this motion. Let me go to the Bustamante case because it's so often referred to and because it's so important in consent search cases. And I think that this court must first recognize that in the Bustamante case, the United States Supreme Court narrowly decided the issues before it and concluded that its ruling on whether an advisement was necessary.
She has, and
Pardon?
Where is the lady?
Where's Mrs. Mary?
She's right across the hall.
Does she have photographs with her or clippings with her?
I don't know. You'll have to ask her. She might have them in her purse.
You want to let this young lady step down from the stand and bring her over? If they're of some benefit to us, if you can get them for us, Mr. Simpson,
All I would suggest is we've already given them copies of them. They can use the copies as well as the originals.
Whichever one you have.
Our copies are poor, Your Honor, but...
Well, why don't you ask the lady to bring them over? We're not before the jury, and the court could glean something from them, maybe. Would you temporarily excuse this lady for the rule and let her sit here and identify the public? Bring Mrs. Neary over. Lady, if you step down and sit right there, it'd be fine.
Come right over here, please, ma'am. Step up in the witness box, please. Raise your right hand.
And do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you can?
You see it?
Mrs. Neary, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Wanda Neary.
All right. And you're the mother of Nita Neary?
I am.
All right. Do you have some newspaper clippings that you've collected
I
with
do.
respect to this case?
I do.
All right. Do you have them with you, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
All right. May we see them?
Haggard, you're only interested in the ones that show Mr. Bundy.
Yes, Sean.
Not
That'd be
concerned
fine.
with the other details.
Other than to show reading content, Your Honor.
Return all to the lady that you can. If we need to make photostats for them to the record, we'll give them. I don't want to confiscate it.
Your Honor, the one I'm returning is Sunday, January 22nd, 1978, the Indianapolis Star, page 10, section 3. Caption on it is Tallahassee Terror, Police Lack Clues to Killing.
We'll see that you get the others with substitute photographs for them with them.
Could we have this one just photocopied for the record?
Yes, we can.
All right,
We
I
certainly
don't
can.
need it in as an exhibit. That's fine. Yes, Mark.
We'll photostat and substitute the photostat for the original and return the original to Ms. Neary.
Ms. Neary, while clerk is marking the other exhibits, I'll ask you and show you what has been marked Defendant's Exhibit A1 for identification, and ask you if you recognize this newspaper clipping.
Yes.
And did you cut this out of the Sentinel Star?
No, I did not.
Who cut this out of the paper?
I don't know.
Did you
Ms.
show?
Neary, you're shaking. Don't be upset here. Relax.
Did you?
There's no reason to go through all the process. Most stipulations have.
Did you show this to your daughter Nita?
The daughter would probably be the best answer to that, wouldn't it, Mr. Haggard?
I think so, yeah.
I don't think we need to. Everything's all right, Mother. Relax, all right? Take
Thank
care
you.
of yourself. All right. You may step down.
Thank you, Ms. Neary.
Young lady, please take the witness stand.
Ms. Neary, I show you what's been marked. Defendant's Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 for identification, and ask if you can, A1, 2, and 3, ask if you can identify them as having seen them before.
This one, no, I do not remember seeing it before.
Which one is that, Mr. Haggard?
Number A1.
All right.
Let me see.
This one, yes. This is the series I was talking about where each one looks different.
What number is that?
A2. And A3.
I don't remember. It's looks like the same series there. I might have seen it. I don't really remember. And I might have seen this one, but it's the same pictures as this.
Did your mother have any other pictures than these?
I don't know.
Well, how long has your mother had these pictures?
She's had them for a while, for when the paper started coming out, but she kept them in an envelope, and after I had seen the series of 6, I was advised not to look at any more pictures in the newspaper or on television, and so I stayed away from them.
You've identified A2 as the 6 you saw.
Yes.
Well, that was prior. A2 was prior to you being advised, or after?
Yes, prior.
What is the date of that, Mr. Haggard?
February 19th, Your Honor.
All right.
Did Did you see all of the clippings that your mother collected?
No, I did not.
Did you see these that she brought here today?
I was just she's answered. Now, if she's seen any other, I'll let you inquire.
Did you see any in this one that had sort of a profile?
No.
Excuse me. Did you see any in, and that was A2, did you see any in A3 that had sort of a profile?
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Bodiford that you had seen sort of a profile on March 14th?
Objection, Lady
Lady,
You call this question by Mr. Bodiford. Did you recognize him? Answer, I can't guarantee you I didn't see a good profile, but she just showed me a picture, she referring to your mother, about 2 days ago of a sort of profile. Recall that?
Vaguely.
Was this the sort of profile that your mother was referring, or you were referring to on the phone?
I don't remember that picture right now.
It was in your mother's possession, was it not?
Objection.
no. That's no test of her recollection. What is the date of that?
The date, Your Honor, is 2 days after Exhibit
Well,
A2
never mind
there.
what the A2 and that. What's the date of that?
February 23rd.
Thank you, sir.
You recall your conversation? Your Honor, so I can refer to the one I referred to as sort of a profile as A1 for the record. Do you recall your conversation with Detective Bodiford?
Yes, I remember talking to her.
What did he tell you about having someone in jail down in Tallahassee?
Objection.
Find out what you recalled in the conversation first. Don't lead it to it.
What do you recall about the conversation, ma'am?
The main thing, the main point I remember about the whole conversation was don't look at any more clippings.
Did he tell you why not to look at any more clippings?
So I could have a positive identification and that the newspapers wouldn't sway my decision.
Did he use the specific word taint?
Pardon?
Did he use the word, so do not look at any more newspapers so it wouldn't taint your identification?
I don't remember.
Do you know whether he discussed that with your mother?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your mother tell you not to look at any more pictures in the newspaper because Detective Bodiford had told her that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember your mother showing you any newspaper photographs in the car?
Vaguely, yes.
And she pulled out an envelope?
No, I don't remember the envelope.
Where were you driving to?
I believe we were going home. We were downtown Aurora somewhere. We were driving home.
Did you say to her that it looked like the nose, but it was still not a good profile?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you make a comment as to whether or not it was a good profile to your mother?
I remember.
Your Honor, that assumes that she said there was something.
I'm asking if she made...
There's no establishment that's taken place, Mr. Hager. That's the problem.
You were in the car, and your mother showed you some photographs, right, Ms. Neary?
Yes. A photograph.
A photograph.
A clipping. I don't remember which one it was.
A photograph.
No, Your Honor, that's
It's a photograph or a clipping.
A clipping.
All right. Was it a clipping with a photograph on it?
Yes.
And was it a partial profile?
I don't remember the picture. I'm sorry. I don't remember.
Do you recall making any comments about the nose?
No, not specifically the nose.
Do you recall making any comments about whether or not it was a good profile?
No, I don't remember. I remember, what I do remember is glancing at it, and I was tired of it, and I just said, I don't want to see anymore. I don't want to make any judgments.
Do you recall saying anything to Detective Bodiford about any resemblance of the newspaper photographs to the man going out the door?
objection.
She's already established she remembers the conversation. I'll let him ask.
I answered.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes. Do you recall making any comments to Detective Bodiford about whether the newspaper photographs resembled the man going out the door?
No, I'm sorry. I don't remember.
Do you recall saying that you could not promise that you could make an identification to Detective Bodiford?
No, I don't remember.
Let me ask you if you recall this statement and this reply with Detective Bodiford. Detective Bodiford, do you think that you might be able to pick it out? Your reply was, I can't promise anything, but I, ... Do you recall that statement and reply?
No, I don't remember.
And continuing by Mr. Bodiford, what about if you were to see a live lineup? And your reply, well, again, I can't promise anything, but it could, ... Do you recall that?
No.
Pardon?
No.
And your reply again, you know, I hate to promise anything, I can't, you know. Do you recall that?
Some of these statements just being taken out of context. I'm not sure what it's about.
If they're read out of context, make your objection timely. I don't have a copy of the document he's reading from, Mr. Simpson.
Do you recall discussing with Detective Bodiford a partial profile from the newspaper?
Objection.
Sustained. We've been through that.
Do you recall this statement by Detective Bodiford in this reply? Right, but so far the pictures you've seen, you haven't counted him at least? Yeah, but the one when we had his nose turned a little bit did the best for me, you know. Resembled more than any of the other ones. But the other ones were hard to tell because they had like 6 different pictures of him, all different, you know. Do you recall that discussion?
No.
Your Honor, Mr. Harvey says my secretary called and there was some emergency in my office. I have no idea what it was.
We've got a recess now, and I've got a judges meeting to go to. In spite of the importance of this proceeding, I still have some administrative duties. The reason we started half an hour earlier, I'm going to be in recess now till 2 o'clock. Court will be in recess till 2 o'clock.
Everybody remain seated till the judge is out of the courtroom. We'll be in recess until 2 o'clock.
Surely I wish I had some
You mean on an odd day? They're not still enforcing that? What's wrong with Yeah. The only trouble is Jim and I both have even numbers that we can switch.
Oh, well, I can't give you mine, but mine is easy.
Yeah, we're both, so we can't, neither of somebody has to fry now.
He is a former Boy Scout, law student, civic volunteer, and political activist. Police say he may also be one of the most prolific killers in recent history. At the Florida State Prison today, Theodore Bundy's only visitor was his wife. He is scheduled to die in this electric chair. All day long, his lawyers have been appealing the death sentence and say they'll go all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court if necessary. In the late 1970s, Theodore Bundy was placed on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list, suspected of killing more than 20 young women in 5 states. In 1978, he was arrested in Florida and was put on trial in Miami, accused of beating and strangling to death 2 Florida State University co-eds in the Chi Omega sorority house in Tallahassee. Bundy always denied the charges.
For I find it somewhat absurd to ask for mercy for something I did not do.
At his trial, Bundy conducted much of his own defense, even questioning witnesses.
Detective Thompson, you say you knew Theodore Robert Bundy on August the 16th, 1975?
Around that time I was acquainted with it, yes, sir.
Around that time?
Yes.
On that date?
He was often cocky and argumentative with the judge.
Don't shake your finger at me, young man. Don't shake your finger at me, young man.
In the end, Bundy was convicted and was sentenced to die. By staying the execution until at least Thursday now, the federal judge has prevented what would have been a huge irony. Had Bundy been executed tomorrow as scheduled, it would have come on the 10th anniversary of the Supreme Court ruling reinstating the death penalty. Mark Potter, ABC News, Miami.
You understand? Wait a minute. Just let it go. We're going to go to the holdings. With the court being recessed.
This is Channel 7's Eyewitness News with Ernie Anastas and Kaiti Tong, Corey McFerrin with sports, Storm Field with weather, and the Eyewitness News team.
Good evening, I'm Bill Butel with Roz Abrams. Ernie Anastas is on assignment and Kaiti Tong is off tonight. One of the more bizarre chapters in recent American criminal history has come to an end. The end for Ted Bundy, a 42-year-old killer who left a trail of at least 20 murders from one end of the country to the other, came in the electric chair of Florida State Prison. An execution ordered after state and federal appeals were exhausted. An execution that set off cheering from those who had called for Bundy's death. Bundy, with his head shaven and his feet bare, was escorted to the chair by 2 guards. He appeared to be composed and at times even smiled. Just hours before, he told James Dobson, a radio show host, he felt great remorse and his crime should be a warning of the dangers of pornography.
I deserve certainly the most extreme punishment society has, and I think society deserves to be protected from me and from others like me, that's for sure. Each time I'd harm someone, each time I'd kill someone, there'd be an enormous amount, especially at first, enormous amount of horror, guilt, remorse afterwards.
An eyewitness later described Bundy's last moments of life.
He made eye contact. I guess it was the way he carried and acted himself. He made eye contact with people in the front row. You know, he spoke to them. He was cognizant of what was going on about him. He made reference to his loved ones and to his family when he was saying his last words.
The hearse carrying Bundy moved from the prison past a group of cheering spectators who had waited for Bundy to die, and some said Bundy should have suffered more than he did.
Ted Bundy is dead.
Ted Bundy was executed for the murder of a 12-year-old girl in Florida back in 1978. Over the past few days before his death, he confessed to the brutal murders of 20 women in 4 states.
Still curious? Join the Curious Collective for just £1.99 a month. No tiers, no locked content, just full access. You'll get exclusive documentaries, ad-free members-only videos, early access, custom badges, emojis, and member discounts. Hit join below and become part of the investigation. Before you go, I want to give a special thank you to the members of the Curious Collective. Your support helps keep Dead Curious growing and allows me to bring more documentaries, more investigations, and more mysteries. Thank you for being part of the collective.